where we left off with the Toxicity Planet. So this is the new DLC that we kind of... You couldn't live without bullet journal, even if it's just a quick sticky note. Yeah, no, bullet journaling is huge. That has honestly been one of my biggest things. And like, for those who don't know, I have ADHD. Wasn't diagnosed till I was pretty late on. And I got it decently managed. Oh, we got lore from yesterday I didn't read. We'll start with that real quick. Audio log. Come on, lazy bones. It's time to get moving. The resources of this planet aren't going to extract themselves. It's not my fault you're here. You only have yourselves to blame. So don't expect pity from me. Get a move on if you want to eat tonight, and don't bother whining. Nobody can hear you in this corner of the universe. Sounds like a lovely boss. I saw them. After the toxic fumes burned my skin, the guards immediately sealed off one of the entrances to the bottom of the mine. I know there were people still inside. At least 10 were behind me. The guards didn't hesitate for a second to sacrifice them, like squashing a bothersome insect. I hear them scream behind me before everything collapsed. Would I have done the same in their place? Sacrificed a few to avoid a worse fate? I haven't slept for days. I hear their screams when I close my eyes. Well, that's a lovely start. Right, so where we left off, we are right about to get teleportation. We are about halfway to getting the Tier 2 tree spreader. We're about 2/3 the way of getting nuclear fusion. And about 1/13 the way from getting the highest level ore extractor. We are not even remotely worth considering the Tier 5 heater. But a little over halfway to getting prettier butterflies. About 1/3 of the way from getting fancier trees. The big one being this one, we're not quite 1/4 the way to silkworm generation. Alright, so we've got all that going on, and then as far as the cleaning up the planet, we've cleaned up about 1/4 the toxic goo in about half the areas. And we're about between 1/3 and halfway to getting our next higher atmosphere thing, whatever. We've got all that. But we did introduce bees to our planet. So we now have lovely bees. And otherwise we've been cleaning things up. As you've been journaling for about 15 years now, it helps you immensely in terms of getting calmed, especially on bad days. Yeah, no, there's definitely a certain, like, whether or not it changes anything, there's kind of a certain feeling of control when you actually, like, write things down and you can kind of quantify things going well and not going well. It's not dwelling on it. It's so much as taking, like, here is this thing, it's stressing me out. Here's the functional steps I can take, and breaking them down, and then being able to start ticking some of those off, be like, well, I got these 13 steps for this, like, incredibly stressful thing I need to get done. Well, I may only have 3 of them done, but that's 3 more than I had before. Okay, and that's the teleporter just unlocked. How much do you need? You need, by measurements of power, you need a colossal F-ton of power. 276. So each one of those basically needs a nuclear reactor to themselves. Cool. Give me the common larva. We'll chuck you in there. Yeah, it gets thoughts out of my head to act writing slowly. Slows the brain down, give time to process. Exactly. That was kind of where I was going before that. I found I don't retain information well unless I stop and, like, write it down. Even then, like, half the sticky notes I put on my desk and everything, the sticky note itself is irrelevant. They're gonna get lost in the pile and all that. But the action of actually writing it down, that does help. Okay, so meanwhile, let's get our shredder here. And then we can throw some larvae in it. So that way, once we get too many, we annihilate them from existence. Alright, so other things to work on. We've got our gas thing, we've got that. The teleporter I don't have the power for. I don't have extra things there. We've got all our drills going. I actually have way more drills than I probably need, but I'm trying to speed run the next step. How is our containment going over here? Okay, so that's going alright. So we want to keep getting the water clear over here. And we want to keep getting the various waste areas cleaned up. I think that's going to be a big focus for this one, is just running around these areas like this that are all covered with toxic waste and cleaning them up. I remember now, at the end of yesterday's stream, we've gotten really, really deep down into the mine, but what we ran into is I need more of the purification boosters, and we didn't find enough actually at the mine itself. And so what we're going to need to do is explore some of these other locations I've kind of missed. And we're looking for a purification booster, as well as anything else of, you know, meaningful value. I have enough space for another one of those. Got room for one more thing. Yeah, so we're not going to be picky. If there's pollution, we're getting it. Because that's one area that, as far as progression goes, we could do plenty more. But with that, we have been cleaning up the water. I do know there's more polluted water to be cleaned. You say Google, you refuse to use Google. Is it worse when it comes to gathering data against me? Alright, to clarify, when I'm saying Google it, I'm just meaning use search. You know, insert the name of whichever platform you want. I forget what even the one I use is called. That is a very blue sky. So it looks like it's dropping a little bit of osmium and then sulfur. Now, osmium, I've already got a drill pulling it up. I'm just getting an idea of where it's going to crash. Okay. Alright. So let's zip on up here. Because it saves me having to go and deal with a bunch of sulfur stuff, and if it also wants to deliver osmium to my door, I'm sure as heck not going to complain about it. I did not empty out my inventory. That's fine. We didn't get much osmium for it. I'm not super worried. That was just convenient because that means I don't have to go do a run for the sulfur as soon. Because we are going to start using more and more and more sulfur. That is one thing I want to get started going. Is I'll probably move that someplace else and start getting the things for like having a machine here to make fertilizer, make the bacteria, all that kind of stuff. That is going to be a thing that's going to end up happening here in not too long. Probably should already have them set up, honestly. There's the sulfur. We got a bunch of rocket engines I don't have space for. There's the fertilizer. We got the Lirma seed. Got some silicon. There's that. Titanium, iron, iridium, uranium. Okay. Alright, so let's pop over here, top off our water, which is what is actually going over here in the first place, and then I got distracted seeing the pollution. But I got those 3 things there. They're all cleaning up the water here. But this water should be clean by now, I just need to empty them out so I can move them. Oh no, it's not. As you can see though, they fill up fast. Yeah, is it pretty blue? Yeah, no, that's the thing. When I peeked outside, it's like, oh, we're getting osmium asteroids. Now, granted, I only got 1 piece of osmium. That's okay. Like I said, I got a drill for osmium setup, so if we're ever short, I can just deal with it. Hey, Drax, fantastic. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Drax there? Oh, hey, Molly, it's good to see you as well. Let's get the shout out for Drax Fantastic for the raid, and then we can follow it up with dropping a shout out for Molly as well. Playing some Satisfactory. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, Satisfactory is a really good time. I'm gonna do something really fast. I didn't mean to open it up that way. Let me quickly get that out of here. What I wanted to do is click on this one. It's fine. Because I want to make sure I'm dropping a follow, because I like Satisfactory. There we go. Yeah, so if you're looking for some Satisfactory, you can absolutely find that over. Find that over there. Good times to check out Satisfactory and all that good stuff. But yeah, so how was your stream and all that? Plus, anyone who's like a friend of Molly and all that, definitely. So check out. But how was your stream and all that stuff? Again, thank you so much for the raid. You've come so far, looking good. Well, thank you. Yeah, no, it's going really well. There we go. There was a little bit more sulfur and osmium because we had all those asteroids land. I just wanted to see if I could scoop that up real fast so I don't have to do an extra run. And for those who don't know Molly, another fantastic content creator. That's Molly Berry. Playing some Enshrouded, but does play like a lot of similar games to what we play here. Runs in a lot of the same circles. So, more than likely you've seen her around. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. The series is going good. Finishing phase 4. Nice. Yeah, no, we went really hard on Satisfactory right when it dropped in 1.0 and I believe 1.1. Sorry. Had a really good time with it. But yeah, for everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice there's a past tense there. But with that said, I do tend to play like a lot of colony builders, city builders, tycoons, survival crafters, the occasional like roguelite, that kind of stuff. Today we're playing some Planet Crafter, which is a game I definitely recommend. It is technically a survival crafter, but the kind of the feeling around the game is a little Subnautica-esque. Just, no facing your nightmares in the deeps, and all that. But instead, you're dumped on like this barren wasteland of a planet as your sentence for being a convict. And which they never go into, like, what did you do? Did you actually do it? Was the punishment appropriate for the crime? You're kind of left to do that with that what you will. You can kind of tell your own story and be like, oh yeah, I was a hardened criminal. I jaywalked once. I committed the unforgivable act of loitering. Or whatever you want to have your story be. But the idea is you get plunked on this planet, and it's like Mars, barely any atmosphere, it's cold, like unsurvivably cold. There's no oxygen, obviously, and that kind of stuff. And you slowly work to terraform the planet. I need to figure out, for some reason, something has happened with the Automod's bullying thing. That it is being way wildly sensitive now. Like, I didn't adjust it up or down from where I had it previously, but it definitely is triggering on everything now. So I gotta tweak it. But yeah, so this is the toxicity DLC. So basically, where previously all of our planets were kind of just barren wastelands, this one, on the other hand, is a toxic wasteland. That not only are we trying to get the atmosphere breathable and all that kind of stuff per the normal, we're also taking it a step farther in trying to get all the pollution out of here to the point of making it better. So we got all this toxic goo I gotta pick up. And what we're doing right now is I need some cleaning stuff. Ooh, super alloy. Love to see that. I need some cleaning stuff for progression in this like deep mine area. And I got 2 of the 3 I need, but I haven't explored a lot of the ruins, so we're kind of going and dealing with that. And I'm also slowly cleaning up, because there's apparently 2,000 areas that are 2,000 instances of like the goo on the map when you start. And I'm about a 4th way cleaned. As well as there's something like 32 toxic areas, and I've cleaned, I believe, half of them. Which basically tells me I got 1 or 2 areas that are going to be absolutely nasty with the sheer volume of gross going on there. But we have introduced, very importantly, bees. Alright, Drax, you have a good lurk, do your self-care, all that good stuff. Thank you again so much for the raid, I do appreciate it. But as you can see, like when we're inside the base, it gives real strong Subnautica vibes. The aesthetic is very, very much in line with Subnautica. But other than both being like survival crafting games, they do have a pretty significant departure from each other. And like the nature of the survival, you know, how spooky it is. I'm gonna have to use these rocket engines. Let's grab 5 of those. We can drop the fertilizer in here. Drop the seeds in there. Put the pulsar crystal in here. I can put the aluminum over there. Iron, titanium, silicon. I am going to have to send up a bajillion rockets. It's where we're at. My inventory is the, you know, we don't know who's winning, but we do know my inventory is the loser in this fight. Alright, so let me remind myself what I need for the detox rockets. So detox rocket is a tungsten, 2 plastic polymer, and 2 of the gel. I don't believe I have much gel to spare. Yeah, so there's the 4 gel I have here. So you put up 2 rockets. That's going to be 2 tungsten, which is what I have. You need 2 of you. Am I missing something? Was it plastic rods as the last piece? Oh, I need 2 more plastic polymer. You have to check what I'm missing. Oh, I'm probably missing the mushrooms. I'm basically just launching materials into space to clear out inventory. Okay. So we could also work on the tree spreader, and that's the mutagen and all that. Well, actually, okay. Let's grab the tree branches, the fertilizer, and all that. So we can keep upgrading some of those things. There's the tree branches. I'll need some Lirma seeds. Wasn't paying attention, but usually they require those. Nucleus fertilizer 1s. Yeah, it's fine. Basically, right now, I'm just trying to clear out some overrun inventory real quick. We're gonna launch some rockets that helps plants grow. Have a lucky time going to space. Actually, they seem to be doing okay. A lot of times when I do that, where you launch them, they get stuck on each other, they just smash into the ground. Okay, what else could I use some iridium on? I'm a little short on stuff for this. Okay, so for iridium, I could make the bigger heaters. Honestly, that wouldn't be the worst. How much explosive powder do I have? Ah, I got plenty. So I got 5 explosive powder. Grab, like, way too many, an irresponsible number of these. And everything I can carry. And how is my power looking? 404, and you take 51 each. So we should be able to handle as many of these as I can plunk down. So what we do is we build these things to help with the terraforming. So like I'm building these heaters here. And they'll help us heat up the entire planet. And so then if we go up here to our unlocks, you'll notice this one's heat down here. That right now we're at microkelvin that we're increasing it by. But when we hit 750 microkelvin, we get nuclear fusion. And then after that, we'll get the thing that lets me boost my machines even more. Let's go get a sip of water. And so a lot of it is getting that all sorted out. You do get automation as time goes on, in the sense that you don't have to handcraft stuff. You'll have a machine that'll just keep crafting it. I've only got 3 of them built right now. But that is one of the major things I want to work on. Is this bottom floor here. Eventually I'm going to get all this plant stuff out of here and put it a floor up. Like 2 floors up, sorry. And then these automatically make stuff. So like this, when I have the materials nearby, will automatically make that gel. Same with this. This will grab the trash and make it into that stuff. Same with these over here. So they all work on their things. Alright, so for you, if I grab 3 more super alloy, I can put down 1 more heater. And now clean out a ton of the iridium we've got piling up around here. Okay, so we massively increased the rate we're heating up the planet. That'll be good. And we're about 63% through the insects phase. Alright. So what we can do from here is eat a little snacky snack. Let's run over here to where we had the toxic stuff, and we're going to keep cleaning up the different toxic areas in the map. The big thing we're looking for is the purification booster. Not to actually use it as a booster, but because there is more of the map I cannot reach until I shove a bunch of them into a machine. Okay, there's no toxic waste anywhere nearby where I'm at now. There's some up on top of that. Okay, so this area is cleared of its toxic waste. Once again, grabbing all the goodies we can out of all this stuff. Okay. Alright, so we cleared up this area. So we can bring that home. And now we'll probably check in our map to see the next nearest area to clean up. and we can do all that. And I do have a vehicle that I can carry stuff in. Mostly for me, the vehicle is just a portable storage that I can put in my pocket, drag the vehicle over, drop it, fill it up, and then teleport it home. Just to save me trips. And I should be using it more. I'm pretty bad about not using it. The other thing I should probably also do is continue to get more bees. Here, let's... Tree Spreader 3. That's interesting. We haven't gotten the Tree Spreader 2. So I'll have to look into what's going on there. But that would be a massive boost for us. I can make a couple of those. Yeah, so it's literally going to increase the oxygen production by a factor of 10, or plant production by a factor of... a bit over 1,200%. Minor upgrades. Oop, that's the wrong box. Yep. Bees. Let's see. So this was the purification stuff. We can chuck that in that box. Alright, we'll see what we can do about these trees, because that is going to be a very, very massive boost to the rate we're getting our stuff there. What do we do to unlock the tier 3 trees before everything else? Oh, I guess just our overall terraforming score is way out of sync with our biomass. Huh. Alright. I mean, that's kind of funny. Well, actually, our oxygen is also lower. That's... Oh, it's probably because the purification just adds on there. So we need 2 tier 2 fertilizer, the tree branches, zeolite, and all that. Let's get these going, because this is going to be massive improvement to the rate stuff's getting done. Now let's also compare. So you'll give me the, yeah, so I just need the tier 2 fertilizer, which you got a lot. Actually, you can give me the tree branch. Okay, so I should be able to make 4 of those. And then I'll need more zeolite to make more after that. Alright, well, with this, I'm going to be moving some stuff around. So let's go over to our tier 1 tree spreaders. And zip on over here. And plunk down our tier 3 tree spreader. There we go. And then before I forget, grab our oxygen booster. And boost the oxygen on that. So basically we're decommissioning our old tree spreaders because they're not as good. You didn't hear anything. We definitely didn't do the absolute equivalent in satisfactory of where we built something, we just heard the breaker blow. It's nothing to worry about, I'm sure. I complain, but it seems to be a progression oversight. Now, you've always been able to make things go out of sync. Where with the, if you put a lot of focus in one place and not another, where one of them can get desynced with the rest of it. That's always been a thing in the game. Alright, so for a nuclear power plant, I need an explosive powder. Oh, I don't have any. That's fine. We can go here to sulfur. Actually, grab an extra. So that'll give me 2 explosive powder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. 2 of these. Please let me still use this without power. Thank you. And a bunch of water. I said, oh. So you don't think putting tier 3 next to each other does anything? Oh no, the trees next to each other doesn't boost them. It's putting them next to the booster is what does something. Because the booster boosts anything that produces oxygen. It took me 2 nuclear reactors to get that back on. But yeah, so if we look over at here, these produce a whole bunch of oxygen. So it's going to be producing 53,000 parts per quadrillion. Now if I take that out, now it's only 10,000 parts per quadrillion. So dropping this in here is increasing each one of those by 500%. So that is a massive increase on the amount of oxygen we're producing. Like, we'll probably look at the oxygen. Yeah, now I can, like, visibly see it going up. That's okay. Pretty soon, we're going to unlock the Tier 2 tree spreader, which is, you know, not as good as the Tier 3. Yeah, no, I'd agree with it's more options than an oversight, because like I said, it's just a matter of I put a very, very large amount of focus on this stat over here, so we're near the end game on the detoxing and all that. Yeah, no, JD, the thing is, like, if I focused less on this one, then realistically I would have unlocked the Tier 2 than the Tier 3. It's totally fine. You've always been able to do that, where if, like, I put way too much focus on oxygen, I unlock all this stuff out of order from heat. Whereas if I do way too much heat, I unlock this stuff out of order of this stuff. And you can absolutely get yourself into weird situations where you skip, depending on where your focus is. I don't see it as bad in any way. Okay, so we're about halfway to soak generation. We can get the better insects. What's it say for the recipe here? That's a mutagen and a rare and a fertilizer. Alright, so we got another area clean. Okay, so if we just go west, we can do that. But yeah, I know you've always been able to do it, and this isn't, like, the only game you can just bypass entire tiers of stuff. Okay, we're gonna go snack. It makes both plant and oxygen. I would love to boost the plants, but I don't have a plant booster, so it's not an option. But by boosting the oxygen, as you can see down in the bottom left, it might be hard to see on your screen. Underneath my O2, it has a down arrow point, or down arrow minus 1.7. That was minus 1.8 when we started. As we get more and more oxygen in the atmosphere, the longer I can go before I need to, like, re-top off my oxygen. No, Luxray. The game doesn't have, like, an idea about you build them next to each other and therefore they interfere or anything like that. It's just not a mechanic. Yes, that's the area we just cleaned. So this area is dirty. There's only 9 toxic in this area. A lot of spores over here. All right. Got some zeolite and some tier 2 fertilizer. Energy multiplier fuse, that is a big find. Okay. We got all but 2 of them. Yeah, no, ultimately the way to think about a lot of those buildings is, like, the trees growing around it are utterly irrelevant. It's just, you have a building, and it does, like, N amount of resource 1, maybe you'll have a secondary resource it gives you, and then it has the cost of power. And, like, it's just kind of an input-output there. And then you can put in the tree seed, and that gives you a multiplier. And, like, some of them, they will require the thing to function at all, but it gives you a multiplier. But ultimately, all the trees growing around is purely cosmetic. And for trees, it shows a place it will occupy. It's produced, but that's fine. Yeah. Lesson learned if you go to play this game, and you haven't before. Be careful how tightly together you put, like, your trees and all that. You can make areas borderline impassable, where the trees are just so thick that it's just nearly impossible to, like, navigate. So you can get yourself in trouble on that one. Alright, so for a booster, I need uranium rod. Two explosive powder, and a cobalt. And then what we could do down here is I do have a booster in this mess, but it can only handle 5. And I've got like 12 of these. So we pop over here, I plunk you right along the edge over here. And so we just use that booster to massively increase our power. So we're only a little ahead before. We now have 1,100 spare power. So we are in solidly good shape there. Okay. Meanwhile, we got mutagen 1 and 2. I can add one more tier 3 tree thing going here. So let's go grab 2 of you. I'll drop the mutagen in. I need a tree bark. There's the tier 2 spreader. And I need a bacteria sample. I also need to actually make the tree seed. So for a tree seed here, so it'll be a Lirma, a tree branch, and a mutagen. I don't have a Lirma. Alright, so that might be time for us to finally make another run to our old base. Because I'm pretty sure I have a small mountain of Lirma in there. We just make a quick peek over. Top some of this off. Oh, we can put you in here. And that's enough for another rocket. No, it's not. I don't have the tungsten. Well, I've already grabbed it. What I could do here is I need the tungsten. But what I could do is there's the recycler. I can just pop right here, toss tungsten raw in there, push the button. And junk comes out of it. And you get the full amount of materials back when you do that. Oh, I need the rocket engine itself. So we can launch another rocket. It's fine. Everything's always full. The microplastics, have we been pulling those? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so that's just gonna keep processing all the junk in there. Alright, so like I said, we're gonna need to make... Are you empty? Yep, so I'll put you in my pocket. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna need to go back to our old base real fast. And the reason I need to do that is I'm out of Lirma seeds. And they're not super rare, but they're rare enough that, you know, it's worth going back to grab a bunch. But we're also, while we're there, I'm just going to grab a bunch of other materials in there that are worthwhile. Honestly, that other base is mostly torn down at this point. There's a bunch of solar panels sitting out front because I have no reason to tear them down. I don't need the aluminum or anything out of them, so they're not hurting anything. And otherwise, I think it's mostly just cabinets in there now. Oh, you still have the old drill. Let's grab that on the way out. Here, actually, I'm gonna grab this here because I'm not gonna use that anymore. We have better drills. Let's see. And for plants, it shows the place it will occupy. Yeah. Build as far away from your possible base. Oh man, like, I think it was the very first time I did the playthrough, I built like all the tree spreaders right in front of my base, and it became this whole thing about trying to navigate through the forest to grab the tree spreader to then take it off way out into the distance and put it back down. That you'd go out there, and one it was like hurting the, not the encoder, it was hurting the bit rate because I had like so many butterflies, just this giant chain thing of butterfly gardens right in front of our face, fluttering everywhere, and you couldn't see through it. And everything was just golden colors and shimmering and bioluminescence, which was neat, but it was a lot. So I had to move those a bit farther away too. Like, none of it was hurting frame rate. That part was fine. Like, performance, it was fine. But, because of how compression works with, like, Twitch and YouTube and all that, it just absolutely destroyed the bitrate. Okay, we don't really care about much of anything over here. It's literally just that building on the distance. I say as I immediately see zeolite, which I do care about. Zeolite is one of the ones a lot of times you don't find a bunch of it in one place. You'll find like one here and one over there. I think that might be a zeolite right down there. There's another one over there. But yeah, it's where these vines from underground push up the rocks. Okay. Let's grab some zeolite we saw. Alright, so what we could do here is first drop off our car. Those I should move over. And I got tons more waste here and all that. More waste in there. Bunches of plants and all that. More waste. More waste. We'll deal with that in a minute. All of that's waste as well. These we get for free, so we won't worry about that. Okay, there's the Lirma seeds, that's why we came. Should be more over here in the plant box. So that was the big thing we came for, was all those seeds. So let's get those stashed. Toxins, microplastics, we don't care about these. Grab those just while we're here. Seeds, I don't care about any of those. I don't think I care about any of the rest of that. Okay, so that's all the important stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and grab these pink ones that have a higher rate. Oh, we got a golden seed there. We should definitely bring that with us. Just kind of grabbing the best seeds we got. Okay, we'll go back. Yeah, so that's all we're doing is we're grabbing those Lirma seeds. We got a bunch of zeolite I hadn't really planned for. And we're bringing some extra seeds back because we could swap some of our things. I didn't realize I had that one golden seed. That should be a pretty big find. I'm trying to remember if I can use the golden seed and a mutagen and a fertilizer to make like just one really good tree. I don't remember the recipes. But then we'll be able to use the Lirma to keep making tree seeds and more tree spreaders and yada yada. And we can drop this all off. But yeah, so terraforming's been going good. We did get the energy cell. The pulsar crystal energy cell. If everything goes well, we're pretty close to getting the fusion reactor. When we get the fusion reactor, we get to that weird situation where I start decommissioning a bunch of our nuclear power plants for the fusion in fate. Well, I shouldn't say decommissioning. I'll want to start focusing on using the fusion power plants because they're just so much better, and then you get the multiplier, and that could just change everything. I'm trying to remember what it would burn all of my uranium on later on. Because you could use it for the nuclear power plants, and that's not a bad use, but they only give 300-something kilowatts per plant. This reminds you of Black Mesa? Yeah, just being on, like, the tram on rails and all that. Okay, so now we zip on back home, and then I can push the button to teleport our vehicle back with all of its cargo. We'll quickly sort stuff out. We'll get the Lirma seed, making a tree seed for our tree planter. Because that way, like I said, that booster can handle 5 buildings, so I want to have 5 tree planters around it. I am going to peek. I believe I've got my little flower things here. We could plunk one of the golden seeds in there. I'm half tempted to just try and use the golden seed to make stuff. Or actually, I may have pulled... Oh no, I still got the flowers over there. Okay. Let's sort this out the best we can. So first, eat a snack. There's the iridium. Plant box is full. Give me 3 iron. Yeah, that's not uncomfortably snug. And there's our vehicle back. Okay, so if I've got all that, I believe I just need the tungsten for the rockets. Let's just launch more rockets to get this crap out of our inventory. Tucked in over here. I'm sure I'm missing a material. Oh, rocket engines. Rockets tend to use rocket engines. Alright, let's go ahead and launch this to get this crap out of my inventory. It's fine. Okay, drop off the tungsten and the rocket engines. I still have more polymer. That's cluttering my inventory, but that's okay. Drone station. Oh, sweet, sweet day. I didn't think we were anywhere close to drone station. Drone station changes a lot. Drone station lets me set up basic automation of moving stuff around. So very genuinely just hucking down a drone station and then starting to assign chests will make my life way easier. Because then I can just have places to dump everything. Alright, so... power is at 151. Alright, we're almost at the point of breathable atmosphere. Love to see it. And we're almost at the point of nuclear fusion. You bounced on this game the first time you played, but you've really been enjoying your playthrough. I'm gonna give it another go, thank you. Yeah, no, I very much enjoy it. Okay, so I need 3 circuit boards. A fusion cell, super alloy, okay. And I do not have the recipe for circuit boards. They're later on. Alright, so... do I have the Deconstructor 2? What is the Deconstructor 2 locked behind? I have no idea, I don't even see it. Well, that's lovely. Okay, so I can't quite make that yet. That's fine. We wanted to make a tree seed. So it's mutagen, tree bark, and Alirma. Is that what all of them are? Replace the Lirma. Okay, those are just regular ones. We don't care about those. Alright. So I'll need a mutagen. Grab 1 and 2. We'll grab the tree bark. I want to grab the golden one and see if it works. Hey, there we go. That's gonna be a good one, I believe. Yeah, so we got 2 of those. I need 1 more. I am having fun. Yeah, no, I hope you've been enjoying Hazbin Hotel. Did I already build it or not yet? No. Alright, let's get what we need to build the tier 3 tree thing. So that was 2 tier 2 fertilizer. Was it a bacterial sample as well? Yep, a zeolite and a super alloy. And then a tree bark. And as soon as we have this, we'll have our next upgrade. In the meantime, we can pop over here, grab the seeds, grab the zeolite, grab all that junk, start dropping it all off. Drop you, grab 1 back. It's fine, I'll just drop the rest of the Lirmas over here. Drop you 2. The osmium can go up here. That's the iridium full. I need 1 of those super alloys, so I'll keep that on me. Aluminum's getting full. Alright. You're halfway there. Okay, just magnesium and silicon to drop off now. You can also drop off the water and restock. The magnesium and the silicon. And then the water cabinet's here. You gotta run downstairs, grab these. I'm gonna need those to continue stocking up. Okay. Yeah, so I got 2 of the 3 of these purification things. I've got 1 for pressure. I've actually got 3 for oxygen. So very genuine to get the tier 2 booster. I could see just going over there and plunking that down for the massive increase. When we check on our satellites, I've currently put up 21 purification satellites, giving us a 21,000% increase. We've got we got 8 plant rockets, so 10,000% increase. And none of the other ones have that many. But that's fine. For the nearest toxic place, I've got those 2 over there on the left. How are you doing? 80%. We'll give that a minute. I'm gonna move you someplace else. Let's grab the recycler. Can I put it up here? No. Because I do want it, but I don't need it in there. We don't use it very often. Because, yeah, we'll want to eventually get the auto crafters just down here doing their thing. We can get one of those built real quick. So, let's grab, it would be 2 osmium. And that. And then we can go down here. And set you for the bacteria. F. Okay. It's reconnecting, right? What are you doing? What is currently going on? Oh, come on. Okay, so in theory we should be back. Okay, so we are back. Yeah, no, that one was weird. It attempted to connect like twice, and then it just went... like kind of just threw its hands up and just stopped bothering trying to reconnect. So that was a weird one. I wonder if like the ingest server just straight up crashed or something like that. I'm hoping everyone sees it and it's working again. Yeah, no, it looks like it's working. Cool, cool. Yeah, no, like it seems, I don't know, maybe like the ingest server, like I said, maybe the ingest server itself just straight up crashed or something. Because like, I was still able to chat and all that, and then just like, you know, OBS was like disconnected, you know, attempting to reconnect, attempted like twice, and then just went away. Which normally it'll just keep attempting to connect again and again and again and again in an endless loop. Alright, so we did get our tree booster there, or a tree thing there, so that's good. That'll increase our oxygen even more. Really turned the golden plant seed into a tree seed that was worth 350%. So not as strong as like the regular plant seed, but the trees are a higher magnitude or whatever you want to go with. All right. So, what the heck was I doing? We're waiting on that. I don't have what I need for the drones because I can't make the circuit boards yet. They're a little bit later. You can find them. The nuclear power did unlock while that was going on. And you take 5 pulsar quartz and all that. Looking for the hot potato? Oh yeah, absolutely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 4 super alloy. And then we can pop on down here. And plunk you right next to that booster. Yeah, that's now... So we're checking this with the fully boosted on the nuclear, it's about 500 kilowatt hours. The fusion is 2,200. So, you know. Now I got power for days. So we could try setting up the teleporters. I need to go get obsidian to do that, and that's one of the things we haven't done. Right. Oh, we dropped to minus 1.6. Love to see it. Yeah, so I think we're going to do is we're going to keep cleaning these areas over here. And get that all going. Oh, I also lost YouTube chat. I'll have to fix that. Actually, we're on ad break. Now's a good time for me to fix it. There we go. Now, if anyone does talk in YouTube chat, I can at least see it. Yeah, that was a weird one. So unfortunately, that does mean everyone who was lurking with the raid over probably just got dropped. It really, really sucks when you get a disconnect midstream and all that. Like, it's one thing when it does, like, the whole not like this and you recover it. That's fine. That's not that big a deal. Like, if it happens a lot, it can be a big deal because it can kind of hurt the quality of your content. But the bigger deal being, like, a full-on stream drop means a whole lot of the people who were lurking just won't be back because they got dumped to a screen that, you know, streams down or all that. Okay. Yeah, it's green to happen. I need to check in on things. I've been having more instances where something will happen and we won't get the like the whole not like this screen. And I haven't changed any of my settings on my end to get rid of it. And it could be just, again, something with, like, where they got rid of a bunch of their ingest servers not too long ago. It could be a side effect. Like, I'm actually guessing the ingest servers are what keeps being the problem. That they're either being overloaded, or they're breaking, or you're connecting farther away, and yada yada. You know, just more room for things to go wrong. Yeah, it was buffering to straight offline screen. Yeah. No, like I said, on the OBS side, I got like where it's like you've been disconnected, attempting to reconnect. And normally it'll keep trying to reconnect every couple seconds. It'll get to 15, 20, 30 times before finally things break down. Like if you have like a full internet outage. In this particular case, it was one of those things where it tried like 3 times and then just gone. You'll have to check the stream disconnection protection. Because to me, it's very important that that stays on. It at least gives you a chance to attempt to recover your stream before everything drops. There's our microchip to unlock something. Vehicle speed. Display case. We got a bunch more tier 1 fertilizer. Grab that out and put it in here if there's room. So then I won't need to keep a thing of the bacteria. We can go and put the iridium rod. Give me these. Drop off that. zeolite, superalloy, osmium. Oh, that's not it. Osmium, iron, aluminum, silicon, titanium. Chuck that junk in there. Don't worry about all that later. Oop, not you. That one. And keep feeding all this into here to be processed. Somebody's been launching rockets? Yes. Cool. So let's go top off our water again. Because the GTI score is just steadily moving along. We should also go here and collect the algae while we're in the area. So I definitely want to get the mechs up as soon as we can. How many are up to now? Oh, rockets, I have no idea. We're like 50 maybe between all the different types. Okay. We need fish. The mods are hungry. I'm working on it. Fish are taking their time. Okay. We'll zip back over here, get more pollution cleaned up. I probably need to go and get more of the spores too. But yeah, if we can find a box with another microchip, we can use that microchip to get more stuff going along. We already got that one. Did I get the box up there? I think we did. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm pretty sure we did get that box. So this one we have 2 more things of pollution, and we're not close enough to detect them yet. Ah, yeah, they're right up top. Okay, this area is cleaned. Don't care about the rest of that right now. There's an obsidian, there's some tier 2. Alright, so regardless, that area is cleaned. Hey, Blind, thanks so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Blind IRL? Absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I'm on, playing some Dwarf Fortress. I know I saw the other day you were starting a new fortress. I don't remember what it was. 'Cause yeah, no, I definitely like to hang out and lurk in Blind stream and just, you know, listen to the banter, listen to the dry wit and all that. As does completely ridiculous things in games like Dwarf Fortress and all that, and, you know, similar games and all that. You know, it started like, you started like 3 in the last 2 weeks? Yeah, no, I got you, because I remember, that's probably why I can't remember which one it was, is I probably saw 2 different ones, and now I can't remember the differences. But welcome in, Raiders, and again, thank you again so much for that raid, and definitely check out Blind. Absolutely fantastic content over there. I need to organize my inventory. It's a problem. Big update that kills forts more than before? Excellent. I am minorly dealing with inventory overload right now, don't mind me. We are full loot goblining, and it is a problem. But for everyone popping in, I am Rual, Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, I don't really play much. That's not what I want to do. I don't really play that much Project Zomboid these days. But with all that, I do play like a lot of settlement builders, colony builders, tycoon, survival crafters, pretty wide range of games. I am absolutely just sensory overloaded right now. So far as just what do I do with this? I need more room. All right. Well, we're expanding the base is what we're doing. I need to stop being stubborn. Let's grab 3 of you. And I think it was 2 of you. Yeah, and then 3 titanium. And now we can go over here and make more space. There's no... Never mind you, have you seen Vane? I have seen, but I have not played. I am aware of Vane. Not been like avoiding it or anything like that. I just haven't had the opportunity. Okay, so we need to desperately get this under control. Alright, so you rocket engine, circuit boards, fabric. That's not that one. Fabric. You can just go in this box right now. I'll figure it out later. Oh, fabric. We'll grab the bioplast, so we'll chuck the mutagen in there. Bioplast can go in here for right now. I think ultimately I want to make this the obsidian box. It wasn't Morrowind. Which one was obsidian? Alright, Blind. No problem. You go and do your self-care and all that. And thank you so much again for that raid. Oh no, it was New Vegas. That's right. One of the running gags I've had in the channel is that you have the locker, or you have like the resource that is obsidian, and I always named the box I put my obsidian in New Vegas. Just like you'll notice, we're at Hoem because there's no place like Hoem. Alright, but for those who are not familiar with the Planet Crafter, the basic idea of this game is you start on a planet, it's like Mars, it barely has any atmosphere, you can't breathe it, there's next to no oxygen, it's freaking cold, it's miserable, it's awful, and you are sent there to work out, basically you have been found guilty of a unspecified crime, and that is your sentence, is to deal with, like, terraforming the planet, and upon completion of the terraforming of the planet, you will have the charges dropped. Now, we don't know as the player, we don't know, did you actually commit the crime, what is the crime that you have been found guilty of, or anything like that. All we know is we're plunked down on this planet, survivability is pretty garbage, and that we have to convert it from barren wasteland of awfulness and terrible into something that isn't barren wasteland and all that. And so you do that by going through, like, we have to get the oxygen higher, we have to get the heat hotter, we have to get the air pressure higher. Eventually you introduce biomass in the way of plants, insects, fish, amphibians, mammals, all that garbage. We're getting pretty close to getting our next exoskeleton. And the way you do that is, like, for example, for the heat, I've got these heaters, these are pretty high level ones. But you start with, like, little teeny tiny heaters and you slowly build your way up. We're doing the toxicity DLC, so, you know, we're working on clearing up the pollution in the atmosphere. We have a bunch of nuclear reactors. These are burning the ground to make it gaseous to boost our atmospheric pressure. You've been convicted of a crime and forced to work in private labor. Sounds like America. Yep. It's 100% like, not oligarchy, but like if corporations were in charge of your prison sentence. Because you work for Sentinel Corp. They're the ones who facilitate the whole thing. Which, this DLC, they've actually been giving us background story about Sentinel Corp and, like, some of the introduction of how it came to be what it is. Which is pretty cool, because we didn't have that before. Right. Oh, I was going to check this. So if we go straight west, I've got more areas with pollution. Because we're trying to find... There are boosters you can get that will, if you put them in a machine, they'll boost the surrounding machines, how effectively they work. And I need 3 purification boosters to access part of the map that we're draining down toxic water using them. And I've got 2, but I need 1 more. And so what we're trying to do is explore some of these wrecked vehicles and all that on the map, see if we get lucky and find one. Because the last area that we're getting it for, I've kind of cleared it out and didn't find any. Plus, part of this DLC is we're trying to detoxify the map. And in practice, that's collecting, there's this, like, goo. And then eventually you take these things that collect water and mess with that as well. So those are just barrels. These are probably not real for me to use. Oh, that one is open. Okay. We'll read that in a minute. Because we got sweet, sweet lore. And the reason I'm not reading it right now is the unfortunate reality is, last I played this, things kept going while you were reading, and you'd slowly suffocate and dehydrate while you read. So I try to stick to reading when I'm back at base. Okay. And right now we're at the stage where we're making our atmosphere properly breathable. So the rate we are using up our air is getting slower and slower, which we love to see. So we got a big mining rig up here. Almost looks like a dredger. Yeah, it's fine. We'll take this back to home. But yeah, so we want to keep cleaning up the pollution as best we can. Keep all that going. I want to get automation set up. There is automation in this game, but I either need to keep having our terraformation index go up, which it will do gradually on its own, the speed of which I can influence by just building more machines to fix more of the problems. But the things we're looking for is another circuit board, and we are looking for another pressure booster. Sorry, not pressure, purification booster. Or any other any other good loot. That's fine. Because I can keep building the machines. I actually feel like we're in a relatively good place with the machines right now. That, it is going to be... It's going to be just kind of getting things moving. The one I could do more with is the insects. But, you know... I have a level 1 deconstruction chip. If I had the level 2, we would be going into these things and just smashing all of the servers in them. I didn't actually see where we get so far as the unlocks on the list here. I don't see the deconstruction 2 up here, because as we progress these, that's how you unlock stuff. So that's at 85, that's at 87, that's at 1.8 MK, and we're at UK. That's at 13 and we're at 1. So none of those have it. I don't see it up here. It's a random unlock? Gotcha. Well, I do believe we had a computer chip we got, right? New vehicle blueprint, unlimited oxygen. So we're still at the deconstruction 1, but I am getting a lot of cool stuff. We could take the obsidian and 2 aluminum and give myself a map that I can pull up any time. Honestly, with looking for this toxic stuff, that's not a bad move. So let's go drop a flower in there. Immediately be overwhelmed by the fact that I once again have full inventory. This whole thing is just fertilizer. Just the whole thing is fertilizer. Let's grab the mutagen out of there. I'm gonna have to figure out a place to... You see nothing. It's definitely not a problem. I can drop out the... Well, actually, keep the obsidian, because I do think it makes sense for me to get the map. There's the osmium. Alright, so my osmium box is full. So we can use that to compress a bunch of osmium into a osmium rod. I need to rearrange a lot of this. Part of the reason I haven't been taking the time to rearrange it is eventually we will unlock bigger storage. And I'd rather deal with it then. Honestly, go in there as well. We could drop you off. Oh, that's the material for making fuse cartridges. Okay, so we can go over here, grab 2 aluminum. Alright, so now I can hit M, and I can just pull up the map anywhere. So that's good news. What would it cost me to get some of the upgrades on this? Because we have absolutely neglected this poor vehicle. I basically just used it as a portable storage thing. Alright, so... we would want the equipment increase, so that's super alloy silicon iridium. Yeah, we can make those happen. So we can go over here, because I'm going to need 2 of those. Super alloy. Silicon. And iridium. Can we see your terraforming screen by chance, please? Just curious how much biomass is going up in particular. Yeah, so we got these over here. So biomass is at 2.47 kilotons. The plants are pretty much the entirety of that for right now. And the insects are slowly climbing. We upgraded our heat, so our heat is actually going really fast, visibly speaking, right now. But yeah. Ooh, you're getting really close to getting the next F again. Don't F again, come on. I hope... I'm not seeing anything on my end. Oh, we're getting connection issues with Twitch and dropping frames. Let me get my air. This is so annoying. Alright, now it seems... Yeah, no, I'm showing us bad connection to Twitch. I think they're having problems with their ingest servers. That we had the same issue the other day. Like I ended up ending stream, and it's been a little while. But it definitely looks like what ends up happening is the whole thing drops. And the only thing I can do is end stream and start it up again, which means leaving everyone lurking. Like, there's nothing more I can do on my end, unfortunately. And last time we switched the ingest servers... No, this is... The problem is if I just kick the stream, it's not going to fix it. I'd have to completely end the stream and hope it sorts itself out. We're going to give it a couple minutes and see if it fixes itself. Because like I said, my only option is literally to end the stream and start it up, which means everyone lurking gets punted and all that. Yeah, let me type it out. Well, that is... What said reconnect successful? Are we actually reconnected or are we not reconnected? Okay, no, it looks like we're back. Nope, maybe not. I don't know what's going on. Up there. That got broken when OBS crashed and all that earlier. But it should sort itself out now. Usually just takes a couple seconds. That means you don't have the long-term stored VOD for this, which is a bummer. Okay, and we need super alloy. I can put away the pulsar crystals. Alright, so for the super alloy, I'm gonna need a lot of things. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, that's what we got. Four, 5. Okay, so I need 3 cobalt. Because getting this station on is going to be a huge deal. Okay, so you need 2 more super alloy worth. So it's going to be 2 aluminum. There's the silicon. There's the magnesium. I'll need cobalt. There's that. So I need 1 iron and 2 cobalt. Okay. Now let's grab an aluminum. Alright, and with that, I have the big drone port thing. We're just gonna tuck that right down here. Cool, so every time I put drones in there, what was the nitrogen for? I was like, I can't build that because I don't have nitrogen. Oh, the nitrogen was for something up here, right? I remember as like, I can't do... Oh, it was the... No, it wasn't you? Huh. I genuinely don't remember what the heck the nitrogen was for. Circuit boards? That's right. I need it for the circuit boards. As well as the zeolite. Which is going to be a problem. Because those require circuit boards. So we need zeolite. And we'll check. I might have a zeolite. Nope. Alright. Ooh, pulsar crystal. And you get just the one. And I do think we might have gotten all of it. Nope, nope. Yeah, I think we got lucky with that one. It just landed such that we were able to grab all of it. That's cool. Getting our, like, 7 pulsar crystals delivered directly to our door. Okay. So we're pretty close to getting the portals up. We're within just about 10 of getting our fish online. We're right about to get the Optimizer 2. We've got a long way till getting our better drills. Nowhere near the insect spreader, nowhere near the gas 2 thing, nowhere near the mutagen. So biomass is still lagging behind. And honestly, it seems like the big thing is the zeolite right now. That a lot of what I want, I'm going to need zeolite. We do have the drone port made, though, which is a pretty big thing. Because now what happens is when we get a zeolite, I can get a circuit board. When I get a circuit board, I can get a drone. And when I get a drone, you know, from there we can have stuff get auto-sorted. You know, unfortunately, like, extremely slowly to start, but auto-sorted nonetheless. Alright, so you're once again getting backed up on all that. This is looking like it's going to be osmium and cobalt, or osmium and sulfur. I'm not going to worry about this one. We're doing pretty good on... Actually, let me... Before I say that, let me actually look at my sulfur. The osmium, I know we're good. I mean, sulfur's okay. We can check when it's done doing its thing. Right. So, I don't have iron for more storage. I have so many of the plastic rods. So very many of the plastic rods. These things are just doing their stuff. And grab you out. You're gonna start gobbling up these mushrooms. Which is fine by me. I probably just need to... Well, no, because to send up even more of the rockets, I still need tungsten. So I need zeolite, I need tungsten, I need super alloy. It's all good. But this will gobble up a bunch of materials that should unstick that toxic processing for at least a little bit. There you go. Alright, and you still have more in the vehicle, I'm guessing? There we go, we're using up all the toxins. So it'll unstick a lot of this. Grab all of you out and put it back here at the end so these can continue making their microplastics and all that. Alright, so we need zeolite. That's what we got going on, is we just need zeolite, we need super alloy, we need stuff like that. I can check if I build a tier 2 drill and I plunk it down with the zeolite symbol as if we get it. I don't think you can mine zeolite with a tier 2 drill. I think it needs to be tier 3. It requires a super alloy rod, so never mind all those comments. Pretend I didn't say anything. Okay, so if we're looking for super alloy, Super alloy is supposed to be way back there. Like way, way, way back there. Yeah, so I think it's literally go around. Alright. Yeah, so you need to go around the left side of the dome. Let's actually... Slight change of plan. I could probably get the teleporter up. Let's bring the stuff for a teleporter. And put one way the hell on the other side of the planet. So, for the teleporter... It is... It's zeolite. Never mind. It's zeolite and a super alloy. Disregard that. Okay. Can't you just put them in that box for destroying mats if you don't need them? The problem is that material, the toxic stuff, is a limited supply. Once I clean up all the toxic water, I never will get more toxic water unless there's something we haven't seen yet. So that's kind of the hesitation there, is that while I've got way too much of it, when it's gone, seems to be the case. Now granted, I don't expect to get into like an unrecoverable state or anything like that. Yeah, so we can ignore that one. But yeah, for stuff like iron and all that, I don't mind it, but that stuff just because... You know what? It's fine. Get my inventory. Just gonna try and work my way across the terrain here. Because we want to head over to where the super alloy is supposedly. The other thing I want to do is keep an eye out for little pockets of like zeolite or blazar crystals or anything else like that. Right, we came back here, but we never cleared this place. Or cleaned it. So that's here, and this is supposed where we can get sulfur and cobalt. But we don't want to stay here for right now. It's a place to explore later. Right now I need super alloy. And granted, I could probably find a bunch in the chest sitting around here. Let's try and get over to this other end, see what we can see. Well, this is interesting. Okay, to go in there. I'm just gonna leave that alone. To go in there, I need 3 fusion cells. Oop, wait, give me that. And one of those. There's a zeolite, a purification thing. Hey, hey! Blink Blink, thank you so much for the raid. I can't see anything down here. But I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. We are getting way down in here. But we get a shout out for Blink Blink. I'd really do appreciate that. Okay, we have successfully emerged from the other side of the giant dam thing. You're so excited about this DLC? Yeah, no, it's been great so far. We're working on cleaning up a bunch of this toxic waste and all that. Cool, zeolite. We've been desperate for more zeolite. So close. Now, don't get me wrong. Blind is fantastic. But, not exactly what we're looking for. You just started to end this planet? Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun so far. We've been getting pretty far. We're, like, not quite to the tier 3 drills and trying to get that all sorted. Give me those, I guess. But been struggling because I need more zeolite desperately. Okay, let's take our car out of our pocket, as you do. As I'll just keep canceling it. But yeah, so definitely check out Blink Blink. Absolutely fantastic time over there. Plays a lot of similar games to what we do, so, you know, if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. Which, of course, means the inverse is also likely true. Alright, so we got a little bit of... Wait. That is not uranium. Those are quasars. Which means getting myself the better stuff. But yeah, so again, check out Blink Blink. Drop them a follow, all good stuff. You love the on-screen shadow cards? Yeah, those are from Firebot. There's the Blazar. Okay, there's just super ally on the ground here. We are in trouble. Okay, there we go. I was like, I'm not seeing the other side of this polluted area. Alright. Yeah, so it looks like there's super alloy just on the ground in this area. We'll grab the circuit board, that's part of what I'm getting these for. You'll leave the other stuff in there for now because I'm desperate for far different materials. You had those modes where you're on the edge? Yeah. No, absolutely, there's just a lot of that you deal with. Alright, no problem. You have a good one. I totally understand wanting to avoid the spoilers. Oh. Yeah, it's, more sulfur and osmium. Okay, and we can have a sip of water. And plunk you down. Chuck all that in there. So this has been a successful trip so far. We did get a bunch of zeolite, which is a big blocker for us. We've been hurting on the super alloy, which I know we can make it, but it's proving to be very inconvenient. So we definitely want to get out here to later be able to put down a drill. I believe I need the higher level drill to do this area, or to do the super alloy. We'll definitely want to put a teleporter over on this side as well. It's also almost 300 toxic waste back here. Okay. It's definitely a good find, though. So eat the bean, drop more of that junk in there. If there was something sparkling up here. It'll be curious how hard it is to get back from here. Okay. All right, so I did see the crystal, but I am staying in too deep. No. I have no idea how fast you die from that. Ooh, it hurts a whole lot. Okay. Let's also jump in the car again. Alright, so we're way up here. There's not marked anything back here we care about. We do have up over there the obsidian, which I'm not really fussed about at the moment. We'll definitely need more obsidian, but very much feeling like my priority right now is like the zeolite, the blazar crystal, all these different types of crystals. The super alloy, if I can make it happen. Pristine mushrooms are always worth grabbing. But the part of the reveal is what makes the game special. Oh yeah, great time for getting zeolite. Oh yeah, no, this has definitely been a massively good place to go. I genuinely don't care about anything in that box right now. Okay. We have the obsidian right here. I wasn't gonna go on my way for it, but I see it, so let's just get it till our inventory is full and then see if we can't find a way back that isn't death. Okay. So I did see that there is a train track over to the right. There's a good chance that'll get me out of here. So let's zip on over here. Because I don't think I have the time to go back the way I came, because I had to cut through this whole, like, giant dam and go through it all. Versus if I can just pop on over this building real quick and follow the railroad track back, that should be plenty. Oop, actually, drop that off, give me that too. We gotta go back. I'm gonna die because I'm taking too long. I was just hoping there would be the actual tram that would follow the tracks. Yeah, so you should be able to follow these. And like I said, I think this is the area that back here we should put a teleporter. Because very genuinely, this is quite the hike. And when we get back, we unlocked a couple of new stuff, and I think we're pretty close to unlocking another new thing. So we did get a ton of supplies. We can get some drones up, and then start going through and setting, you know, each of the boxes to accept certain materials and certain drills and all that to output materials and yada yada. It does look like I have a bit longer on this than I really anticipated. What time is it? Because I have no gauge for that at all. Okay, that's not too bad. You just stop and take a quick peek. Alright. So the left path just goes into a dead end. This path goes towards the dome. Yes, it's this whole back area here that I haven't gotten things done with. Like I said, I do think it makes sense to put a teleporter on the far side there. So toxic. Hey man, I'm trying to improve. Alright. Yeah, so it should be a good haul. A lot of blazer crystals, a lot of quasar crystals, ton of obsidian, a lot of zeolite, decent amount of super alloy. And I'm excited to get the drones online because, like I said, we'll get the drones online and I will. So from what I was told, this is ever so slightly smaller than Prime, which is the original map, but it is bigger than all the others. So, my understanding is it'd be kind of comparable to the original release kind of map. Alright, so let's start by going over here. Deconstructor. Yes. Because the Deconstructor 2, microchips are an easy thing for me to do. So it's a zeolite and a methane. That is fine. We can make that happen. I am. That's why we just teleported it back. Because I filled it up and then I went over the mountains and all that the car can't really. So we got all that. Let's grab a methane. And there's a Deconstructor 2, which means I can go back to any of those things and get the advantage out of those. Alright, so I don't really need the upgrade of that yet. Alright. There's stuff to figure out here. First, let's drop off a bunch of these materials and start figuring it all out. So, super alloy, get in the box. And for right now, the crystals just go there. Let's go get our circuit boards. Because it's drone time. There we go, we got all that junk. You out of here, you in there, figure it out. We can pop up here. There's all the crystal types we have, which of course they have one space too few to put all of them in there. As you do. It's fine, I'm not upset, you're upset. Deal with that in a minute. Alright, so let's start grabbing engines and iron and all that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, I can only make as much as I have nitrogen for, and I think I had 2 nitrogen floating around here somewhere. I've lost track. Right, so we can... I'll deal with that later. So grab the 1. Chuck the zeolite in here. We'll figure that out on the other side. And grab the purification thing. And there's no room. There's no room anywhere. There's no room for anything. Which is why I actually need all this stuff, but I need the room to be able to deal with it. Alright, so you can go in here. I still don't have the tier 2 unlocked. I will need an iron. And that'll at least get my very first one going. I am out of iron. Why can I have nothing? Because one overworked drone will eventually get things done. Alright. So first drone, get to work. Okay, you are a supplier. You are a supplier. You are a supplier. You demand gross. You demand other gross. You demand... Where's the last gross? Other gross. You worry about the next thing after that. Right. So let's start going through. I got a whole lot of work to do. So boom, demand, iron. Boom, demand, titanium. Boom, demand, cobalt. Boom, demand, magnesium. Boom, demand, silicon. You get where this is going. We can set you for obsidian, that's fine. That'll be here. Demand tungsten, which is down there. They'll also set for the tungsten rods. The seed box is probably going away. Seed and plants are probably going away. Fabric box is probably going away. So we'll leave those alone. Boom, demand. We have the super alloy and super alloy rod. Boom, demand. Sulfur. We can clean up after that in a minute. Boom, demand. Osmium. Boom, demand. Zeolite. Boom, demand. Uranium and uranium rod. And what we're doing right now is I'm configuring all of these boxes so that when we have these ores, they'll go here. And then meanwhile, we go boom, priority very low, demand iron, magnesium, silicon, titanium, what am I forgetting there? Cobalt. We go from there in a minute. Let's have a sip of water. And then most of this will all pull down to the little there. So good news is we should be at least okay on super alloy for a while. We did just have the super alloy meteor shower, which is always really good. And in addition to that was that right after we had collected a bunch. So I'm probably going to have to turn some of these into super alloy rods, which is fine. We're probably going to do that anyways. Yeah, that's what you want to see. Instantly full on super alloy. Yeah, so what'll end up happening is up here where it got all this junk going. It's fine, we'll grab some aluminum. Where I've got all this stuff going is we're going to want to build more and more of the automation. That's fine. Because then what happens is the bots will just move stuff around for me. And make sure, you know, everything's getting done and all that. It's fine, just get in that box right now. Okay. Where were we at with all that stuff? So we got the portal. I'm not gonna sweat that. We did get the water life collector. We are going to need that. So water life collector. Your 2 bioplast, a super alloy, and some silk. Are you full? Thank goodness. So 1, 2, 3. I need 2 bioplast and a silk, so we'll go downstairs real quick. We got our mushrooms. Get our water. Alright, one thing I need to do is I need to get over to the drill on the other side there. And I need to get that drill on the network to provide. Because if we do that, it will trickle feed a bunch of these other things. Alright, now I just grab Super Alloy from upstairs. That'll be good. Get your provider. Yeah, and that thing doesn't actually provide, but I believe your bots will grab the algae if you have a chest marked for it. I believe. It's been a while. So I can grab all this, chuck it in here, grab all this, chuck it in here. We will set you to demand these things on on low priority. So I'll grab the pollutions on low priority. So it can be demand or that. So have that be a supply box. That'll be almost a dump box. So I can grab you, demand, toxins, you. Alright. So sorting out all this waste. Demand, microplastics, you, demand, chlorine dioxide. Not worried about these boxes too much right now. Yeah, so you can see the drone is just kind of going back and forth, clearing out the things one by one. That's kind of what we're hoping for right now, is to slowly get all this stuff sorted out. Did I empty you yet? Yeah. Because that should help make it take longer for things to get stuck. Alright, so we got all that. These ones down here still need to be worked on. It's fine. So, we got our upstairs ones mostly handled for the time being. Like, this one's labeled fabric, but it's going to change. The plant ones and all that, I want to decommission. This one I want to decommission. For right now, you are just a catch-all. You, I'm going to say demand on the algae. You are going to demand the pulsar crystals. Right now I'm going to have it demand all the crystals. Realistically, that is going to have to change. Because it's going to need to be split up. You demand water. The ones with the beans and all that, we're not going to keep these this way. Alright, so what do I need to switch around here for it to be worthwhile? We'll need those. Those will get repurposed into other supply stuff. Just eat the squash to be done with it. Oh, we can go up here and go methane, demand, there you go. Nitrogen, demand, there you go. What else do we need to have here? If I made your T5 backpack, so that's honey, we don't care about any of that. Don't care about the fusion cells. We got all this. I'm not worried about the seeds or any of that. We have all our raw materials up here we care about. We could certainly make this one for the plankton. And then this one is egg. What's this we're looking at? So I'm configuring the bots, and I'm basically telling them this box, any of these things you see, put them in here. So in this case, like if you see any of these eggs, chuck them in there. Yeah, and those ones are all fine. Yeah, but then the bots will handle moving the stuff around for me. Yeah, but once I get those configured, we're fine. Alright, so how are we doing on power? 421. Not amazing, if I'm being honest. Let's get 2 more of the auto crafters, whatever you want to call them, going. So I'll need super alloy, grab you. Grab you. And then for this wall, so you make super alloys. And you make super alloy rods. And with that, what I could probably do is take this spot. Well, that's probably fair to keep it that way. Alright, so we've got all that. Let's go top off our water. So what we probably want to do from here is drills. If we can get some drills online, we can start moving stuff around. I also need to incubate fish. Okay, so the fish, we need T3 mutagen, fertilizer, and plankton. I happen to have T3 mutagen. And grab some fertilizer. And then we can grab some plankton. Okay, we are making fish. I do technically have an aquarium chucked back here for 2 of them. GTI, that's how far we are on terraforming. It's just a score that's basically how terraformed the planet is. Alright, so for heat and oxygen, there are no more unlocks. Pressure, we have some pretty big unlocks. What do we need to make more of those? I bet you we can make some pretty good ones. Super alloy and osmium. Alright, let's make life regrettable. One, two, three, four, five, 6. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Get more pressure happening. Okay. So 350 on those. And with this, we officially are making fish. And for a second aquarium, I need a super alloy, a circuit board, and a 2-2 fertilizer. The circuit board is a nitrogen. Which I've already forgotten where I stashed that. I don't think we used it. Oh, it's in my bag. So we'll need a zeolite. We'll need a bioplast, which is 2 mushrooms. A water. Oh, right, they're all being grabbed now. A water. Actually, let's grab the silicon. There is none. Grab the water. Grab silicon from downstairs. But yeah, so what we're gonna end up doing is trying to get our drills. Oh, those white lights? That's just the way it is. Like, that's not something I chose to do, it's just the way it is. There's a bioplast. So I need, was it aluminum, iron, silicon. So let's go outside and grab another silicon and iron. We got the aluminum in here. But yeah, so I need to build drills and put them in different strategic places for resources. And I need to also go and configure those drills to be available to the network. Okay, so you need a super alloy and a fertilizer too. All better. Okay. Oh yeah, this is like a dump chest, provider chest, whatever you want to call it, chest. So I no longer have to babysit it. Yeah, no, it's not really Factorio-esque, but the bots have some similarities with the Factorio one, the way you kind of like configure them and they'll like zip around and do their thing. Okay, so we can go ahead and get that one done. And we'll get more fish. Because by getting these fish online, we are officially getting the animal category going. And that means we are producing every single category in the game. So in theory, at this stage, if I literally just left the game idling forever, we would eventually win. But from a pragmatic standpoint, while I am technically getting the animals, we're getting, you know, part of a kilogram per couple of seconds. And at the end, I would need 1 kiloton. Needless to say, that's going to take a hot minute. And that's not even counting this score up here. Which, granted, the biome... Well, sorry, that's the biomass. That's not the one I'm looking for. The score I'm looking for up here is this one. Yeah, so at GTI, I would need TTI. So I would need... Like, you could just leave this idling and eventually get there. But like I said, there wouldn't be a practical thing. Alright. So, what we want to do from here is we're pretty close to getting our gas extractor too, which will be a big one. We have a little bit longer to the insect spreader. We're nowhere near our mutagen 2. We could start getting the better fish eggs. So yeah, so it's not until we hit... Yeah, it's not until we hit 5.5 tons that the animals really take off. But they are contributing significantly to the biomass, so they should be helping pick that pace up. But, well, let's go ahead, and I'm going to need to get a bunch of stuff set up. Let's check on our power. I know we're on the edge of what we need. Yeah, what we can do here is I'll also add, as a very low priority, the methane cartridges and the oxygen cartridges. Wherever those are at right now. We'll also want to tell it to, anytime you see the common larva, basically just chuck them all in that bin. Alright. So for our electric grid, we have 35 power left. So I would like to get another nuclear fusion generator. That's not going to happen easily. So what we're going to want to do is first make sure I actually emptied my car. I did. I'm going to zip on over to the other side of there where it says aluminum, because I have a drill for osmium over there. And I just want to add that to the network. You don't win until you have critters you can pet? Yep. Because even if you terraformed the planet and successfully qualified as terraforming the planet, have you truly won if there are no pets to be pet? You may have succeeded, but you didn't win. Ow. I don't know why our jet turned off, but that was painful. So now we go here, we go provider. And while we're standing here, that's fine. Yeah, like I'm not gonna mess with any of that. Alright, let's just grab more toxic waste. Because honestly, at this stage, I think it's literally just keep increasing the amount of things. Clean up pollution. Then on the network, we should get our super alloys effectively happening naturally now. Not the quantities we want, but as a gradual trickle feed. Okay, and we go like this. Alright. And decrease the cost of winning Twitch. As people do. Grab the zeolite, grab those. Grab all these. Don't care about the rest of it right now. Cool. And there's 11 more toxic waste down here. Alright, so we find the last little bit, and that'll be a whole extra section of the map cleared. Definitely not up here. Let's scooch onto the outskirts. Because I have a thing in the top right that'll show as you're getting close to them, but only has a range of 60 meters. So you gotta be pretty close before it picks up. So it's really good to spot when something is directly like above or below you. Or like in thereabouts. There we are. Okay. Alright, so with that, we got the osmium drill on the network. So it'll slowly be grabbing ore and all that out of there. We cleaned up a whole extra area of pollution, got some more goodies, some more zeolite and all that. I'm definitely going to want to set up the auto crafting so that the auto crafting can make the circuit boards. Because we're going to need that for a lot of stuff. We're going to want to make it for rockets as well. And also, now I remember, you are just made up straight out of circuit boards. So disregard all that stuff about making circuit boards. Instead, what I'm going to do is every one of these ruins have servers everywhere that are made out of circuit boards. So we're going to we're going to massively boost the number of drones we have without hitting our zeolite by just grabbing all those circuit boards anytime we go through there and just turning all of those into bots. But otherwise what we need to do is get more drills online. And I was really hoping to get the tier 3 drills going right away, but that's going to take a lot of air pressure. Let's see how long it takes us for unlocking any better air pressure stuff. Because I imagine it's probably going to be an upsetting thing. We got that filled up. Got even more of the mushrooms. And everything's backed up again. Let's see here. Can drop off the tier 2 fertilizer with you. You're full. Okay, well, alright. Let's get drones made. Is that something I could do to get rid of some materials? So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And I'll need 1 iron. And that'll be another drone to run around. Because we're going to have a lot of problems from them having to go across the entire map, because I believe... Yeah, so it's got all like the demand inventory and the supply ones. Not super worried about that. It'll show you how many drones are currently in use and all that. But yeah, so I want to check out what we can do to escalate the pressure. Because the pressure is currently what's locking us from other goodies I want. Which is fine. Yeah, so as far as the top bar goes, no more pressure stuff is coming from just the overall terraform index. We do get the drill tier 5 in 10 kilotons of biomass. So that's just going to be, again, more biomass. We probably need to do more with trees because our plants biomass is much lower than our insects, which is kind of a deeply upsetting thing to think about. But let's see. That should all be doable. So I can go here. I say as my inventory is full. Alright, let's teleport the vehicle back over here. Right. Let's grab all the not junk. Container, demand, purified water. Container, demand, the capsules. Container, demand, plastic rods. Container, demand, polymer. Container, demand, purified water. Container, demand, purified water. Purified water. Purified water. For right now, just chuck that in there. Okay. So, for the trees, I need the zeolite. That's fine. We've got some other stuff to chuck away. Put you away. That's just a regular one. I need more of everything storage. Okay, let's see if we can't get a couple more larvae. Because that way we'll... I'm too lazy to run around here. Alright, let's figure out what it'll take me to get more trees going. Okay, so for the trees. So I need bacteria superalloy fertilizer too. Alright, that's... Right, but I need power first. Alright, so for the nuclear power plant, I need 2 pulsar, an osmium, and a... That was the teleporter. That's not what I'm actually looking for. I need... Where are you at? Okay, so I need 4 superalloy and 5 quasar. So what we could do here, since we're waiting for more stuff to come in, and chuck you in there for a moment, I'd hop on down here to the recycler. We're just going to smash that rod into a bunch of... Come on. There we go. Where... It did not give me my superalloy. That's pretty upsetting. Really hate how they tied so many things to RNG, like the tier 2 deconstructor chip. Yeah, no, that's... So weirdly, I destroyed the super alloy rod, and I didn't get a super alloy back from it. I got the piece of aluminum, but not the rest of it. That's a real bummer. Let's see here. Also change you to not accept the rods. You just take the super alloy itself. I'm gonna grab those rods. I'm gonna go down here and fill that up. Because I don't need more than that at any time, really. Yeah, so basically where we're at right now is I need super alloy. And I need a lot of it. And that is proving to be a problem. How much power does 164, which is more than I can handle. We can just make a regular old nuclear reactor, but that feels like kind of a waste. Granted, I'm up to my eyeballs in uranium rods. Oh, it also requires... It also is going to require us to have, well, it's only one super alloy at least. It's fine. So you need cobalt and iron. We can probably pick up a bunch of this junk laying around, and that'll give me some base materials. Okay. And that should give us some super alloy. And I do think the super alloy spot is the next one we hit with a drill. Unfortunately, like I said, I think that's going to require a tier 3 drill. I never can remember which ones require what. So there's the silicon. There's the cobalt. There's the titanium. There's the iron. There's the magnesium. Cool. Now I grab our pulsar crystals. And that is enough for a fusion reactor. Okay. So, with that, we could start getting the next thing. So, for the tree, I need more super alloy. Means I need more cobalt. Yep. I'm sensing a pattern. Okay. But, alright, well, it's not... Actually, take that back. We're not going to go for the tree thing. We're going to go for the drill. Because if we at least get a drill online, it will gradually give me those other materials as well. So osmium... We can also put in here... This would be a weird one. You can put here for low priority osmium. So if we end up mining so much of it, it starts backing up. That drill will keep operating. Okay, so super alloy rod, 2 iridium, 3 osmium. Iridium. 3 osmium. Super alloy rod is over here. Alright. So, the place we're going to check is, let's see if we can't get back over here to where... way back here where this is. To drop... Oh wait, it can't because it's toxic there. And that thing had like 300 or something there. Alright, we'll wait on that. I want it, but... one, I'm not sure we can even mine it yet. And then two, it's going to be a whole thing. I'm pretty sure this can't do the zeolite, but the zeolite is right here. I think it's like literally that hill right there. So I might just try hucking it on the top and see if it'll let me. Hey Harry, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you are enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. Yeah, so it'd be the top of this hill, and I'm pretty sure it won't work. It does. Alright. So with that, we are now producing zeolite. So that's now a renewable source. We can go get sulfur online. And same thing as before. Very low priority. Dunk the zeolite. Okay, so with that, that means I need to go up here again. I will need 2 iridium rods, 3 osmium ore, and a super alloyed. Alright, so for the next one, we have iridium over there. I don't care about that at all. We don't need to be going... The tungsten. The tungsten way over there on the right. That's another one worth going after. Because if we can get the tungsten going, that means I could burn up a lot of those materials, making the better detoxifier things and all that garbage. Mostly it'd be just a way of deleting lots of materials. Or at the worst, just sending up rockets one after the other to just delete all the trash stuff. How much do you still have here? You have only 14. I'm literally just going to leave you there. Oh, I didn't drop off. Okay, that's on me. We can make this work. No, we can't. I didn't bring it with me. It's fine. I forgot to empty my inventory of the mushrooms and all that, so I didn't have the room for what we're looking at. Okay. So we can go down here. Yep, and there's the tungsten on the network. And then we can go ahead and try and get the next drill up. And then as you can see, what's happening here is we're just going to be getting these materials. And all of them should give us the basics. Actually, we need to have one on the aluminum itself. So I've got that beacon way out there. I do want to have a drill on the aluminum itself, because I forgot, those won't naturally pull aluminum. They'll pull everything else. And if I have that, we'll have all the materials for super alloy, as well as all the base materials I might need otherwise. The iridium and the uranium would be nice. but I don't think I care about those right now because of the abundance. Once we do start to actually get low on those, it's not hard. We just put down a drill. And I do think I'm going to kind of do what I did with the super alloy, is I will have one that's, like the one that's making the rods, it's not going to pass up to a container. We're only going to keep as much as goes in the rod box. Because I don't need that many. Alright, so we can go in here. Let's see, do we have this unjammed? Let's make it real slow progress. Progress is happening, but it is not going very quick. Alright, so we check the power again. Have plenty. The same deal is we will grab another one of the super alloy rods. Pop up here. Grab 2 more iridium. And 3 osmium ore. Chuck down the zeolite for right now. I'm just not gonna look at it. Alright, so next contestant. So I got the zeolite hooked up. We got the tungsten hookup. I might be able to weasel the super alloy into happening. I think that'll be the next one as we try and make super alloy happen. I also need the sulfur, and I also need the aluminum. The aluminum we could definitely do, and it's not out of our way even. So let's make that happen. It's just literally on the other side next, like, I'm just gonna go down the hill from the osmium, and that'll take care of that. And with what we're doing right now, it also becomes a thing that I don't have to go around the map hardly at all. We'll just be grabbing stuff and building right around our base, just, you know, make more heaters, make more whatever. Unless I feel like going out of my way for just other unrelated things. Because the materials get brought to us. Eventually I'll have to go, oh, I need more of this than I'm producing. At which stage then, you know, I'll get the tier 3 drill and I'll put it over there. What was it that the tier... I know the tier 3 drill has the advantage of you can filter it, so you only get the one material. So you don't end up with all the other junk being brought in. Which does have a lot of merit for doing so. Yeah, because here's my osmium drill. And we go right on down the hill. There's the aluminum. Nope. That's interesting. There we go. And bigger storage? Yeah. Alright. Well, those are the tier 2s. Huh. There was tungsten here. Those are the tier 2s, not the tier 3s. And I believe it is bigger. I believe the tier 1s have just like the little blue box. And then the tier 2s... Actually, the tier 2s might not have a big difference. Either way, it's a tier 2. We'll get bigger. It'll help more, make more progress. All right. That's another one on the network. We're gonna need a lot of drones, but that's okay. We'll get there. There's the tungsten. Here's the cobalt. Here's the silicon. Let's see. So for the cabinet to add onto the things that... 1 second. You are configured correctly, correct? Why? So, these are set to very low priority. So this should only toss stuff like the zeolite and the osmium in this box, in the event there isn't another box available. So that's the reason I'm like, what are you doing? Let's see here. I already forgot what got unlocked. Oh, better fish eggs. Okay. So what we're gonna do now is I am going to be overwhelmed by my inventory once again. I'm going to try and bolt on over this way. Actually, take that back. If I'm not mistaken, I can hop on the train in the dome. It'll take me out to where the super alloy is. And I'm going to try and put it... I'm going to use the trick where we stand back. We try and place it inside the area where the super alloy is. To see if I can't get super alloy itself online. If I can get the super alloy itself online, it does mean a lot of the other things we are currently working on getting in place probably don't matter. But until I have the tier 3 we just put up with. But it would mean I'd take the super alloy, autocrafter, and I'd likely just repurpose it and make it do like the osmium rods or something like that. Osmium, uranium, iridium, like whichever. That's fine. Yeah, so that should take me back over here somewhere. It'll take me to this area, and then the track's broken. And then we can take that over here to where all that stuff is. But another nice thing is once we get the automation online, is we can get a lot of that stuff just working. And what I can do as the player... so you're going to take me over here. Top off our air. We're gonna zip on along here. This will be another area that we need to clean. Is repairing the track something you can do in this game? No. As the player, you actually don't have much direct influence on stuff like that. You can clear debris and stuff like that. Otherwise, it's usually as you terraform the planet, some stuff just improves or it doesn't kind of thing. Oh, well, that's suboptimal. Oh no, this is fine. This is where the, where we got a bunch of the obsidian. And we're almost to the point of not using oxygen anymore. Like, the air is almost just straight up normally breathable. Okay. Alright, getting there. Like I said, I'm not sure if this can do super alloy at all. But we're gonna find out. So super alloy was right over here. It's fine. Okay. What is this? This is the Planet Crafter. Survival crafting game where you work on terraforming planets. The planet starts out looking all awful and unlivable and Mars-like and all that. Alright, let's see if you... Yep. Super alloy hooked up, and we are good to go. Let's get back out of here. Alright, so that's good news. So that means we've got almost all the basic materials coming in now, where I no longer have to worry about that. We've almost got the atmosphere to a point of being breathable by itself. So we're still slowly draining it. Like, slowly losing air. It's really slow now. Grab the zeolite. Grab all this junk. I'll read that in a minute. And for now, I'll eat the bean, grab the chip. Alright. Let's cruise on over. Take a route back. I do know you can abuse the game. If you're like, look man, I don't want to fly back constantly. You can sit here and be like, oh, where is it? There's a thing for like report as stuck or whatever, or like get unstuck. And I know people used to abuse the crap out of that, being like, well, time to go back, unstuck, teleport back home. They can just stay in the box, I don't have the space. But yeah, the other thing we can do is, like, once you get to the point of production where we're making the bioplast and all that kind of stuff is all, like, being manufactured, whenever we get low on materials I need for progression that we just got to kind of wait for the drills, I can just as easily pop over here, you know, clean up a bunch of the toxic waste, get that all going. Yeah, that should be good, because we got super alloy coming in, we got aluminum, we've got the, we've got tungsten, we've got zeolite, we've got osmium. Did you clear that large building you just passed? No. My inventory is full, but I need to clear... Basically, I need to clear up a lot of toxic junk. But what I've been doing is I've been quickly plunking down drills on all the different resources that I want to pursue. I probably should genuinely get a drill on the uranium and the iridium. And then basically set up all the automation to start crafting all that stuff. because then it'll be a matter of, like, as materials come in, we can just make the next thing. I should also check to see what's required to make the pulsar crystals, because I don't remember what it was. But if we can just start manufacturing the pulsar crystals as well, then, you know, we can put teleporters everywhere and just genuinely make all that stuff easier on myself. But a big part of that is setting up all that automation. We want to get the automation set up for the circuit boards, because that'll let me get more drones. Because right now what's going to happen is all those drills are operating and producing stuff, and I only got 5 drones going around trying desperately to catch up. So they're going to really not keep up at all. But they will, like, slowly trickle feed stuff in. But you can get to the point where you have, like, literally hundreds of bots zipping around the entire map, just moving materials at all times. There goes one under me now. Okay. So let's get the chip. GPS Rocket 3. Don't really care about that. Alright. Couldn't figure out the last few goo on that one, which is why I asked. Gotcha. Yeah, no, unfortunately I haven't done that. So we still need... We've got that hooked up. The uranium would be good. We have... The iridium is right here. Let's get the iridium online and then probably clean up that spot while we're there. Yep. Grab 2 of you. Grab you. Grab 3 of those. Drop off the super alloy rod downstairs. And with you hooked up, we're going to change what you're doing. So you're now producing osmium rods. And then we're going to go up here and grab all the osmium rods out of this box, for as many as fit. And chuck them in there, so it doesn't keep processing endlessly. So meanwhile, I can go there. And I can grab 2 of you. And a super alloy rod. Do the bots pick up things in the ground? They do not, unfortunately. And we can go here to the auto crafter. And you're going to make uranium rods. Now we're going to run upstairs. With this box, you no longer accept uranium rods, just the ore. Now we're going to grab all the rods we can. And chuck them in there. Okay, and then we can go here, and I will need... I don't have any extra osmium as osmium. Alright, so for the drill, I've got everything I need. We are going to want to look at our inventory and stress out about how incredibly overfilled it is at any and all times. And after having a mild existential crisis about it, we were going to get on with our lives. So we can go ahead and drop that off. Go in there for right now. You too. Did I need the zeolite for anything? No, zeolite was just loot. We got all that set up. That's all the stuff we need there. The purification thing. Yeah, no. Those things have been taking up my inventory and just causing me so much grief. How are we doing down here? You're gooping? Okay, so what is happening that we're not getting the plastic polymer? Oh, you know what it is? You're not set up to be providers. There, that'll fix that. Okay. So... yeah, extensive collection of goo. That's the reason I need to unfreeze this. Just go in the box. Okay. So, the next material on the list, let's get the iridium hooked up. And then we can get the uranium hooked up. And you get what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to get every one of the materials being delivered. So that way I don't have to put any effort into it. It'll be just a matter of if I have enough throughput. But throughput is a problem that is just a matter of scale, not a matter of function. Okay, so you can go here, plunk you down, do this. And with that, we now have iridium going. So then we're still missing... and then the drone army grows. Yup. Well, and I remember automating making drones, which is a very dangerous thing to do. Like, you want to do it to a certain extent, but there's certainly a point where you cross a line, you're like, wait, hang on, this is not going the way I want it. Oh, I need to make an auto-crafting thing for, an auto-crafter for the tungsten bars. We could fix this. And then go down here. There we go. And how's our power? It's fine. Okay, so let's go down here for an auto crafter. You will be for the iridium bars. And an auto crafter. As they run everywhere. And thank you, Zoldar, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And that means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. So we got the tungsten. Yeah, that's what you like to see. And then we go over here. Alright, so what's the next one we need? So we've got all the bars being made. Okay, so the pulsar crystal. Ooh. That's actually not bad to make. Alright, so with that said, up here, for this box, I'm going to clear it. And I'm going to put all the not pulsar crystals in here. Alright. So I got all those being produced here. And power still holding up? Ish. And... we can go and grab you. Alright, so we're at that point now. Yeah, I can't make that yet. So I do not have enough super alloy to proceed. But I do have super alloy. We do have super alloy production online. Alright, so... Are we getting supplies in these boxes at a meaningful rate? It would appear we're getting at least some in there. Not enough to make the next rod, though, unfortunately. So we're not going to be able to set up our next drill quite yet. That's okay. So we'll chuck all this in the boxes. I don't think I care about air anymore at all, so far as getting stuff going. Let's check the tungsten one. Because the tungsten, I can grab 2 of you. And 2 of you. And put down another one of these. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Interesting. It's well past 32 GT and you haven't finished the atmosphere. Yeah, no, we're really close though. Each planet's different. Okay, so we're really close to getting the insect spreader rocket. We're also really close to getting the tier 2 gas extractor. We're about halfway to getting mutagen 2. And we are starting to get the thing for better fish eggs, which we do have the fish back here. I'm not doing too much yet. So we've got all that stuff going on. And how's the power again? 580. Okay, so what should I be doing right now is the real question. We could work on bug stuff to get the outdoor farm, the last one of those done, because we did stop making the squash entirely. I don't think I want to make a bajillion thing. How do you eventually unleash the fish upon the world? Yes. Yes, we will. Oh, hey, we're actually getting some pulsar crystals. Cool. Let's go upstairs and grab the pulsar crystals we have. And chuck them in that box. So that way it's not just backing up. And I don't have the super alloy to really take advantage of the other ones. Which is a shame because it's actually the perfect amount for one of those. We are getting the super alloy. They're very slowly coming in. We can go down here. Grab a bean. Have a sip of water. Okay. What does it take to make more drones? Circuit boards, rocket engines, and iron. The iron and the rocket engines I've got in bulk. The circuit boards are a bit of a complicated thing, mostly because they require nitrogen. Oh, that's right. I could make a bunch of drones. I just have to go over here because we have all the servers in this place. I just got to go through and start tearing apart servers. That's right. Thank you for mentioning that. Because while manufacturing them back home, it's gonna take a little bit of work. I can just scrap stuff now I've got the deconstructor too. I can also potentially get a bunch of just random other supplies here from disassembling, because these give aluminum and super alloy. Those are just metal scrap, so none of that's useful to me. Oh, that's just up there. Okay, so let's drop down the next floor. Because I believe there's a bunch of servers in the middle ring. Maybe not on this floor. Got a pulsar crystal. Slight detour. Oh, that's a very inconvenient place for it to hit, actually. Well, that's actually not that bad. I was more worried it's gonna like hit and just kind of explode outward kind of thing. It just dumps stuff everywhere and make it tricky to find. Alright, so we didn't see any more of the servers here. I know we took some part deeper down. Come on. Ow. I'm not finding what I was looking for. Oh, hey, I'll eat that. I wasn't finding what I'm looking for, but I am definitely finding no shortage of the super alloy. Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of places I saw servers. I could have sworn I saw a bunch here too. Like a lot of these places usually have servers tucked inside their buildings. And down below is just a drill. We can grab you. The osmium for right now. There were 4 there? You just went right past them? Oh, yep, you're right. So easy to overlook them. Hey, take the aluminum. Have plenty. Okay. And I'm pretty sure down below doesn't have any. Yeah, no, down below is like a drill bit. Okay, but that's fine, because usually what you can do is you can go into the various places and snag it. I chucked the aluminum. I don't really need that much aluminum. Yeah, so we snagged ourselves about 7 super alloy, which will help. Because then I can potentially get, more drills, more everything. But yeah, I know the first areas had a whole bunch of servers. I know some of the other ruins had a whole bunch of servers. When we're cleaning the toxic waste out of some of these other areas, there's a good chance we'll find servers while we're doing that. When we go inside that area that's like a big like wall or whatever, that area, I think we saw servers in there too. Okay. Regardless, we're bringing enough for 4 more drones, which will not quite double my number of drones. We're bringing some super alloy, which if that gets made into another rod, we can run that over to where the uranium is and get that placed on the uranium and do some toxic cleanup. Yeah, I need to get the bioplast up. That'll probably be my next thing I make here. So first, let's dump off our inventory. There is the super alloy, or that's not super alloy. This is the super alloy. There's Miaz. Grab the 3 osmium. Drop off the tungsten. We can grab 4 rocket engines. There's 2 iron. We do have a super alloy rod in there. Let's grab 2 more iron real fast. So we do that, I can make 4 drones. Okay, this will be 4 more drones to help out. And then, like I said, we could probably then go and place a drill over with the uranium. See, normally you make a nugget factory on a couple foundation grids. Like somewhere, grow mushrooms to outdoor. Yeah. No, that's definitely not a bad idea. I haven't really needed to go quite that far, but I do need to get the automation set up for that in a bad way. Okay, there those go. Alright, so for the drill, I need 2 iridium rods. Okay, and just iridium ore. Don't put the rods up here. Okay. Let's go ahead real quick and grab the iridium rods out of up here. So it doesn't process any more than we need. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I still get to the automate. Like, I mean, that's what we've been doing for the last half hour or so, is just running around automating one thing after the other. Give me this stuff out of here, drop that in there. Right now I'm trying to automate the supply side. So much that needs to happen with all of this. That's fine for now. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom really fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Also, checking the time. Okay, time's not bad. Alright, I'll be back. Right, and we are back. Yeah, no, I can destroy the purified water. As I've said a couple of times, the thing is, there's only so much toxic water and only so much goo in the map. And while it's probably more than I could possibly care about, it is a limited quantity as far as we're aware of. So once I destroy it, it's gone. So I've been hesitant to destroy it, even though very admittedly I recognize most likely I have an absolutely obnoxious quantity more than I need. Alright, so we got the uranium up here. Let's get the uranium hooked up. Because we get that hooked up, that also gives me everything I need to make pulsar crystals, which are what I use to make nuclear fusion and teleporters. You can drink it, I'm aware. I don't need it, though. I've got a filter that can drink from lakes, and I've got things that collect fresh water. Like, very, very genuinely, because it's, for those who don't know, it's a crafting ingredient for, I need 2 of them for the pure gel. Because you need one to make the canister things, and then another one to make the actual gel. We can drop this off here. When we can make it by taking water bottles to the purifier machine? Like putting just regular water in the purifier machine? It'd be an interesting way of doing it that would resolve the issue. Okay, so apparently down there, where there's that clearly gross water, is where the uranium comes from. And on the network. Cool. So, with that, I don't have the obsidian on the network. I don't care about it. You usually don't use that much obsidian. Like, eventually you'll start using a bit more, but I've not had the obsidian ever be, like, a big problem bottleneck. It's just kind of a minor thing. Okay. And we are officially using so little pollution, or so little air, I physically can't see the rate we're using it. Ooh. Hang on. Give me that. Alright. I did not bring the vehicle with me. Does the aura have a river of toxic water with infinite pollution? Well, that's what could be, is it could be there's a spot on the map that, like, maybe down at the bottom of the drill, that maybe that just forever provides pollution. Okay. So we got the uranium drill set up, and I just snagged a bunch more toxic waste while we were out here. Because every bit of that is slowly cleaning up the map. And the big thing I really need to kind of do is I do really need to kind of get fish going faster, or the other biomass stuff going faster. That's gonna hold us up a great deal. And generally they provide an infinite supply. Yeah, you're not wrong. There was an implication about needing to keep the detoxing sustained, that you couldn't let it lag behind. The implication being something like if you did let it fall behind, it would potentially get worse. I haven't witnessed that in any capacity. It seems to just be kind of another bar similar to heat and all that. But that would be an interesting thing, that it's like, oh, I'm running out of this material, deliberately let the planet degrade a little bit so you can get access to it. T6 backpack. Alright. And the purification multiplier fuse. And a new blueprint for the pristine mushrooms. That might actually be a big one. We might find the pristine mushrooms consume a lot of materials of the toxic stuff. So you can, you know, convert everything gradually into gel. New messages received. It's fine. Alright, so what's the new messages and all that? So, messages. Message sender, we are pleased to inform you that by terraforming a toxic planet, you have the opportunity to erase part of your criminal record by participating in a commercial partnership. Two partners have expressed their desire to use certain resources from the planet for commercial production. They will contact you shortly to present their requests. We recommend that you pay close attention to the messages you receive to avoid missing out on this exceptional opportunity. Never mind. We could potentially have it where we export the goods to them. Incident report. Last week at dusk, 31 people besieged the prison with poor quality weapons. It seems that some prisoners escaped and organized a small rebellion. It was quickly suppressed, which gave the troops a chance to train a little, which did them good. A few attackers managed to escape and fled like rats. 6 of our soldiers were slightly injured, but nothing serious. I'm getting a lot of those pulsar rockets all of a sudden. We weren't hardly getting any, but now they've just been like a pretty regular occurrence. And we've officially hit infinite oxygen. The atmosphere is just plain breathable. Is it a random osmium and sulfur laying on the ground from earlier? There's some over there. That's fine. Yep, and Fractal sponsors the channel. They make, like, computer cases, chairs, headsets, cooling solutions, all that good stuff. Their whole thing is they go for, like, the absolute highest quality. So it's kind of like a premium brand and all that stuff. But, even before they sponsor the channel, even before streaming, I think I'm up to 3 computers. My last 3 computers were Fractal cases. It's kind of what they're most known for, is the cases. Do I happen to have super alloy laying around here somewhere? Yeah, let's grab 4 of those. It'll shove down another fusion reactor. We're not in desperate need of one. But that'll clean up some of that junk. And I know I will need one. Okay. I don't remember, did I clear this out yet? I did not. You're slowly working through that. But yeah, so it's sounding like what they're going to do is we're going to get something that we can trade so far as the materials. Where is the trade? Huh. Do I already have the trade rocket? I just overlooked it? No. Okay, that's curious. I don't see the trade rocket up here. We have the one for, like, literally leaving. You know, the win the game rocket. Huh. Yeah, the trade rocket's not listed there anywhere. They did say it's going to be contacted eventually by the trade partners. So we'll have natural life as the next phase. Okay. So we're about 1/4 of the way to the ore extractor. We're getting really close to the tier 4 mutagen, which is for the amphibians. We are like really close to getting the insect spreader. The plants are basically already maxed out as much as we care. We're about halfway to the mutagen 3. Or halfway to getting somewhat better fish eggs. Was that? Don't do that. Somewhat better fish eggs. And the fish farm is a whiles off. So we probably need to continue to escalate the fish. I'm also looking... Oh, right, we got the tier 2 booster. Okay. Let's get those things up. The tier 2 booster is an obsidian. 2 explosive powder. Sorry, 3 obsidian. And a uranium rod. Let's grab the energy one here. Pretty sure, yeah, I had 2 of these in here. Okay, and we can go here to this booster. And now we can check that. You're trying to have explosives? No, I haven't seen, like, actual explosives. Okay, so toxins, mushroom, and methane make the mushrooms. That is not what I was expecting. And you need more super alloy. And if we get more obsidian, then we can grab the rest of these. Get pressure and oxygen. Cool. That's a boost to the pressure. Yeah, we can check that in a minute. To take some like regular old water and put it in the detoxifier or whatever. Cool. So we got those boosted up quite a bit. Also cleared up some inventory. I don't really have more stuff here to work on. I got one more of the oxygen thing, and the production ones I don't really care about. Actually, wait a second. Insert this fuse in an optimizer. Speed up the generation time for machines that generate items. Alright, so let's see real fast. We grab the water. We go to you. Okay, so I can't put it in there at all. It wouldn't let me put it in the inventory. Okay, and we received another message. Pristine Purifying Balm. Business partner offer. As Sentinel Corp's partner, we offer you an incredible opportunity. Work for us by crafting pristine purifying balms. You can craft more than 200 to get this deal, so you should start mass production as soon as possible. The recipe for creating this item is automatically unlocked on receipt of the message. Following information. Okay. And the purifying balm is purification, gel, and plastics, which will get rid of a lot of things. So I am down to start producing that. Now granted, they say make 200 of them, and it is just one of those things that, like, alright. So I've got to get this sorted. Alright, so we need to improve the throughput on our super alloy. Because we just ain't getting it. Yeah, no, I'm curious if it's going to be one of those things that if I build enough of those... that we build enough of those, we will get access to the trade thing to get rid of them or some other means. Otherwise, it's just a thing to collect. Okay, so let's see here. We've got all that going. What should I be working on to actually fix my terraforming, though? The biomass is... Oh, I mean, the insect spreader is about to come online. That's probably going to be our big thing, is getting this. And then just firing off insect spreader after insect spreader. So... if we're checking on our stuff here, what I can probably do is go to one of these areas we haven't cleaned. Alright, so I got an area to the east I haven't cleaned. Oh, well, like, I know I'm behind on a lot of things. The big thing is it's going to be the drones. The drones can't keep up, so even if I'm mining all the super alloy, it doesn't matter. They can't get it to me fast enough. So we're going to start cleaning up pollution, and as we find, you know, buildings and all, we're going to tear it apart to try and get microchips to get more drones going. Okay, so you're over here farther. Because they also boosted the pressure stuff, and we can get the pressure stuff high. Well, like, is it heat versus pressure versus oxygen? Oh, yeah, I mean, that's fine. So we're missing 3. Which are right there. There's some microchips and an area cleaned. Cool. Alright, Night Dweller, you take it easy. You have a good day at work and all that, and thank you for tuning in. Got more of these. Yeah, so I forgot most of these vehicles had like four workstations in them as well. Ooh. Looks like I actually haven't looted this one. Not that. Actually, for that matter. Okay. Honestly, even those are easy to get a hold of. I do really need the super ally right now, so weirdly enough, it's like, here, have the iridium bar so I could snag a single super ally. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, so I can drop these off, that'll get me some progress. We can get the rocket launchers, not rocket launchers, we can get the drones. Get our rockets to get the drones. That'll pick up the throughput more, which should help keep things going. But yeah, no, genuinely where we're at, we're basically on the point of I just need insects and animals. Like, there's some other stuff there that's not quite finished, but it's the insects and animals that are holding everything up. Okay, so we got some chips. Spacesuit display. Interior wall. I didn't get to see what that actually was. Microchip kit. Ah, yeah, the construction filter. Let's go ahead and do that, the magnesium silicon. Forgot there's a thing in there. What that does is right now when I look at this, you'll see it'll sit there and be like tier 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll just show me the highest tier of things. And then with that, now I don't have all the different heaters. I have just the big heater. Right, I also need to get the gas extractor 2s online. That way I can get both the nitrogen and the methane going. That'll be zeolite and super alloys. I'll see for right now. Chuck you in here. Why are you continuing to throw those in there? I have your osmium box configured to demand, and you're at a higher priority. That's what I'm not understanding, because you're throwing the osmium away. Oh good, they finally changed it. Now you can right-click to get rid of stuff. You used to not be able to do that. It was super obnoxious. Is it demanding rods? No, it's not demanding rods. I deliberately don't have the box of demanding rods right now. Alright, so let's get all the explosive powder and all that chucked into a box and start getting more drones out. Is that another pulsar? Oh, super alloy. Yeah, so let that do its thing. We're gonna want those super alloys. deal with all that later. Yeah, no, I've got a dump chest. The problem is we don't have the other stuff figured out. So I'm just waiting for that to calm down for a minute. Then I'll pick up all that super alloy. And then we can come in and get all those bots made. Actually, how much iron do I have? I have 10 iron. It looks like it's basically done. Let's get out there and collect as much of that as we can. Toxic artillery shell. And you got a few pulsar crystals from that asteroid. Or meteor or whatever. Okay, that'll do. There's at least some super alloy. Okay, so we can go to super alloy. Chuck it all in there. Some of that's gonna starting to get gobbled up right away. Right. So let's get in here to where we had those circuit boards. So I got 10 circuit boards. And I happen to have 10 iron. Well, 11 iron. So 10 iron. And then there's 10 of those. Let's go make 10 more drones. Cool. And you know you're in good shape. If you don't see drones sitting here, it means all your drones are being fully utilized. Otherwise you have drones just sitting in boxes. Does control work? Click work for drones? I don't remember. I should have touched it. Right. And I probably should have, saved a circuit board for making the better version of this. I'm pretty sure you don't use a circuit board. You do not. Alright, so I have to take that off for a moment. And put you back down. And turn you back into a supplier. Okay. So the next thing I want to make is that we can get this going. Awesome. Love it. So let's go grab some osmium and get some more of the things crafting stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's go over here and put an auto crafter. There we are. And do the bioplast. And then auto crafter. Okay, so that's explosive powder, goo, and things. We can get the pristine purifying balm produced. Let's get the circuit boards next. There's the circuit boards. And then we can make the pristine purifying balm. I'm gonna do that because I think that'll help consolidate stuff. Alright, and for the circuit board, what are we out of materials for? So we have the silicon, the iron, the aluminum, the zeolite, and it's a nitrogen. Yeah. which is why I need this to be upgraded, because this will eventually occasionally get nitrogen, but nowhere near reliably. Alright. So we can go over here and check on our stuff. Yeah, so the pressure's just a little ways behind. That's getting good progress. Let's get the insect rockets going, because the insect rockets are going to be a huge, huge, huge thing. Did it craft any circuit boards? No, I didn't have any nitrogen. Okay, so I need bees. I need all the bees. Now, if we get up to the tier 2 beehives, they will just spit out bees on their own. The bee larvae, I mean. And then with that, I can easily just keep making rocket after rocket after rocket to spread the insects everywhere. I think I might have up here. Alright, so let's get the first set of bees going. Oh, I'd never put those fish eggs. That's progress just wasted. So you go in here. That could have been going the whole time. So I need one more uncommon larva. Just picking up junk nearby the base while giving things a chance to spawn. And there's a lot of these basic materials that we're low on. Okay. Iron, titanium, cobalt, magnesium, silicon. Cool. Come on, one more uncommon larva. And since we're seeing like no larva at all, what I might do is go up there, grab the bees out of there, and do a quick save reload, because we've had a number of times I have to kind of do that to get the larva to start showing up again. We'll do that really quick. Okay. Your next set of bees going. And then we'll check on what we need to get the ecosystem going, because the ecosystem is like a huge thing for progressing a lot of stuff, because you'll have it just feed you the larva to make whatever insects and nonsense, so you don't have to sit there and babysit looking for the larva like this. You can take a bunch of the butterflies that you don't actually want and put them through the shredder to get yourself some free fertilizer. I think you also get like mutagen, that kind of stuff. So it's just a really easy way to get materials and all that. The only downside is you have to like manually do the recycler, if I remember correctly. I think there's a tier 2 one that'll do it for you, using the regular drone logistics stuff. There, that'll let me make a rocket. So in common, you, do that. For right now, chuck the rare ones in here. Pop in there. Put those in there. Okay, so we'll need the rocket engine. Got to see about the tier 2 and 3 and all that in here. There's the tier 2 mutagen. Okay, so that's going. Let's double check what the rocket needs. It needs an osmium rod. Fair enough. All right. As soon as we get this round of bees out, and this will be our first insect rocket. Okay, just regular ones. It's like all responsible people, we filled up a rocket full of bees and we're gonna let it loose on the world. Okay. Yeah, so that should boost the insect production quite a bit. If we can get more of those, that'll get things. And we want the ecosystem. We're about halfway to that. So we're going to try and keep the bees going to get us to the ecosystem. Because once we hit ecosystem, like, the larva can be automated. Instead of snakes in a plane, we got bees in a rocket. It's like a really, really bad version of the movie, what was it, Killer Bees or one? Where it's like a family in a home and it's just like Africanized killer bees are just attacking everybody everywhere. And so we're trying to like duct tape all the windows and everything to keep the bees out. As they're like wiping out the local town. That was a big fear for a long while. That there was this whole scare that, you know, Africanized killer bees were starting to be found here in the US, and people were like, oh no, the bees are taking over. And like, don't get me wrong, there were cases that things happened. But then suddenly that whole fear just kind of like disappeared off the universe. Like, don't get me wrong, they still exist. But it genuinely was like, there was all sorts of these horror movies coming out. There was all about these articles about like, oh no, the bees are coming. Get ready. Is your home ready for the killer bees? That'd been like early to mid 90s maybe. Well, it kind of got replaced by deer ticks and mosquitoes and West Nile virus, so yeah. I personally have more issues with spiders and bees. I don't have a problem with either in general. Like, don't get me wrong, if there's like a nest of black widow or something, it's like, yeah, no, that's a problem. I'm not gonna say it's not a problem. But like, just in general, spiders are fine, whatever. It's only when you're dealing with, like, particularly dangerous spiders that's like, alright, hang on, no, that thing can't be here. Because I kind of always have looked at it, you have your choice. You can have spiders, or a bunch of other bugs you really don't want. I'll take the spiders. Alright. That'll be the fertilizer I need. That'll be the mutagen I need. Just trying to get more of these rockets up, because every one of these bug rockets we get up is going to go way farther for getting us the ecosystem where I don't have to fish for larvae. And once we do that, we can abuse a lot of stuff. And should allow us to ramp up like fish production, should allow us to ramp up bug production. Honestly, plants have already kind of capped out their stuff. Or is pretty close to capping out their stuff. Okay, and I did see that we got a thing about making toxic artillery shells, which would require the explosive powder. Business partner offer. As a Sentinel Corp partner, we offer this incredible opportunity. Work with us on crafting toxic artillery shells. You'll need to craft more than 200 to get this deal. So you should start mass production as soon as possible. The recipe for creating this is automatically unlocked. So we can make toxic artillery shells and our goodies like that. Do we want to make another auto crafter? I honestly think it would be a good idea to again start queuing up the artillery shells and all that, because it's just going to consume a bunch of that. My hope is that they stack in some manner. Oh, well, I mean, generally stuff doesn't stack in this game, does it? I'm going to need a lot of storage for a lot of this junk, is what's going to happen. Cool. Get some more osmium for another auto crafter. And this will be for the explosive powder. Alright. Okay, so you are in range. Cool, cool. We can pop up here, grab the explosive powder out of there. As you can see, little by little, we're just getting more and more of the setup to automation. This won't get as bad. Once we get the other fish things, this thing will go away. Alright. I'm getting quite a few rare larvae. And we'll want those. But I'm not getting the not as rare ones. Okay, so let's also check on the aluminum up here. You're full, right? I mean, you probably were full. Okay, so let's see here. if we wanted to make more of the butterfly garden things to toss some butterflies in them just to get them out of the way. Where are you at? There you are. So it'd be a tier 2 of bioplast and all that. So the bioplast, I got 4 of those. And I need 4 zeolite and 4 tier 2. One, two, three, 4. Okay, so there's the tier 2 mutagen. That's good to have. So 1. There's the 4 of them. We can grab these. So we can make the 1000% butterfly if we use tier 2 mutagen instead of 1. So let's get you set to tier 2. Because that's been a long time coming. 2, 3, 4. Oh, hey, B. Get that pulled up. I need more tier 1 fertilizer. Grab the tier 2 out of there. Chuck it in here. There's all tier 1. Actually, I'll hold those for more bees. Alright, so let's look at what the tier 1 and tier 2. So tier 2 requires common larva and honey. Well, who? Okay. There's the tier 4 mutagen. And the amphibian farm. Which would be lovely. Except I don't have the ability to make frog eggs quite yet. We're getting there. Yes, that's coming along really well. The drill's coming along. This will be the next major one to unlock, is going to be that ecosystem. Give me those back. Yep, so you don't do anything yet because we don't have frog eggs. But that takes care of that. Okay, so we get you. I'll just chuck that back in there. We'll want to get all that larva sorted anyways. There's 1000% there. Okay, that's taking its sweet time. Those are taking their sweet time. Okay, and you're stuck. That's osmium and sulfur again. And you're probably stuck because of explosive powder? No. What are you stuck on? Tungsten. It's gonna be the tungsten, isn't it? Yep. And you are requesting it. You are. And we do have a drill set up pulling tungsten. So one thing we could check is you can find frog eggs by, there's like little pools. I think it'll be too early to find them, but it would be worth checking. I also need to grab food. So I know I saw some of them. There's like these little rock formations with a little puddle in the middle. And if you find those, they'll usually have at least once, like this. Yeah, sometimes you'll find frog eggs around those. You'll have those provide. Oh. I got one or more of those to set up. Then we got a regular mutagens and all that. Then regular tier 1 fertilizers, which we're finally running out of. Which is wonderful. That's been forever. Ecosystem. Alright, that's a big one. Okay, so I need a common larva. Make that 2, because I can build 2 of these. Alright, so we need 2 tier 2 mutagens. 2 algae, which should be up here in one of these boxes. 2 tier 2 fertilizer. And 2 algae. Bacteria, whatever's. Okay. Look at how large these things were. Yep, and you are a supplier now. I can plunk down another one. Cool, so with that, I no longer have to go shuffling around the ground looking for stuff. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is, if I have the iron, I'm going to make 2 more cabinets. Rare larva. Uncommon larva. They go here, demand, and I just want the rare one. I'm not seeing, because there's the uncommon, there's the common. What's the eco? It supplies larva. So it gives me larva without me having to, like, schlep across the ground looking for it. Why am I not seeing it? Because it looks like that one, kind of. Guess it's common, uncommon. You gotta check, see if it's, like, in its own row. Where are you? Am I just incapable of seeing that? Just going one by one trying to find it. I'm not seeing the rare. Just not even listed. It's gotta be here. I was wondering if maybe it's like up here or someplace else that I'm not expecting it. Okay. I wish so much they had search functionality on this, because it does start to get crowded. Alright, well, we'll come back to that. I'm not seeing it. We'll go to the uncommon one, so we'll demand uncommon. I'll also have it directly demand bees and silkworms, even though we shouldn't ever see that there. What we can do here is I could add demand. Alright, hold. Okay, that does work. So if all those ones go up here, let's grab the iron. Common larva. And we can just go there and put you there. Alright, so leave all that for right now. And we got an uncommon. Cool. So have you, drop you all in. We can drop this off. I see we got an osmium on the bottom of the hill, as well as some sulfur. And that'd be some of the asteroids that came by earlier. Alright, so we've got all that happening. So tangible progress is being made. And like I said, we've got these, which will slowly produce larvae. And this will be a thing more and more, that a bunch of the larvae will end up being chucked in there. Oh, so they gave us straight up a silkworm. And we have these ones. So with these are terrible butterflies. We don't want them. They're gross. But what we can do with them is we can pop over here, and as you do, we can just recycle a butterfly and instantly get ourselves some mutagen and all that goodness. It's fine. So we just recycle the butterflies, we get our, Oh, did I not have another uncommon? That's fine. But you get the idea, is they literally will become their own source of stuff. Alright, so I need one more uncommon. We had a couple of sulfur we got back, which are now official. I don't have a drill on sulfur. That's right. Let's fix that. We need to get drill set up on sulfur because we're going to be burning through that a lot now. And that drill is going to cost me 3 osmium, 2 iridium bars, and a super alloy bar if we've got one ready. I do. Let's take a sip of water. Hop up here real fast and see if we get lucky and have an uncommon show up here. I wonder if you process a silkworm, if that works. It should. Let's move that thing over. I'm having problems where I can't pick up what goods I get out of it. And I think it's because it's too close to the, we can make frog eggs. As I say, I think it's because it's too close to the farm things. So let's go and grab that. And grab the shredder. And put it over here. Honestly, I want that bad enough. We can go here. That's exactly what it is. Cool. Nevertheless, that gets me what I need for chucking you in there and getting our B rocket up there. For right now, I don't care about the eggplant. Get it in there. Go ahead and toss that in there too. Okay, so I've got what I need for a drill to go for the sulfur. And we're getting what I need for another rocket to keep that moving along. So the B rocket. Alright, I need an osmium bar and a tier 2 mutagen. I'll have to fix some of that stuff. Okay. Yeah, then like I said, we'll run over to where the sulfur is, we'll get that set up. Before that becomes a big problem. Okay, so I've got food and water on me, and the sulfur was... Where was the sulfur? Okay, so sulfur is way down this track. Okay, I see. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is we pop over towards the aluminum, and then there's a track on the back that goes to the right. That's the sulfur. Let's grab our truck. We'll grab some goo along the way. Work on cleaning things up. Keep that all moving. As I figure out where my car is. You're empty, right? Cool. Okay. So I can pop over here. We'll work our way back to where the sulfur is, get that online. Oh, right, and I need to get the tier 2 gas extractor actually built. Oh, hey, Sherry, it's good to see you. Can we get a shout out for Sherry Kind, by the way, and our fantastic content creator on the platform? Someone I highly recommend checking out. I do hope things have been going good for you. On this planet, is sulfur one of those things that can be mined anywhere, if you remember correctly? That was true of most of the other planets. I don't think anywhere, but, there is a lot of places to get it. I've seen at least 3 different entirely different regions to get the sulfur from. Alright. And I believe just down here over this hill there's sulfur. Oh, you can plop it down anywhere to get it? Gotcha. Maybe when I have the tier 3 where I can filter to it. Okay, basically on the other side of this track. We have Kind, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld, among other things. So if you are into RimWorld, definitely a place to go and check out. Has fantastic, like, you know, various forms like Shark Avatar and all. It does all sorts of fun, like, modded playthroughs and that kind of stuff. So if that's your jam, you can find it over there. But let's zip on over here to the end of this track. And like I said, while we're over here, we're going to go ahead and scoop up more pollution. There's also a place I haven't really explored. Okay, so this whole area is sulfur. And sulfur's on the grid. Okay, so with that, let's plunk down our vehicle. We got a mess to clean. Beehive 2. Plant multiplier fuse, that's a good one. We can put that over by where our terrariums are, and that should do some good. Grab all these. Get disoriented and not sure how to find your way back out. Okay, let's get back out of this area and drop stuff off. Yeah, mostly just zipping around, clean up what we see, that kind of thing. Alright. I'm sure we'll find a lot of goodies. I'm really curious with some of these areas when we clean them out, like what additional access to stuff we're gonna find. Okay, we got more over here. Drink our water and eat our beans. Okay, so I don't have more food and water on me right now. Okay, weird. That's fine. Alright, so pretty soon we need to start heading back over to our vehicle again. Alright, because this is the idea, is we're just cleaning this area up, but like, we've already grabbed over a third of what's here. And so the idea is when I'm actually cleaning, I can knock out an area pretty quick. It's just a matter of I have to actually go over here, clean it up, bring it back, and then somehow dealing with the inventory problem. And I have been tempted to just build rooms over here and just chuck all the pollution in there and just let it get sorted as it gets sorted. It's probably the more efficient way of doing things. I also kind of don't want to deal with it. Don't care about anything there or there. Oh, come on. Those are servers. Let me have them. That's fine. Yeah, weirdly, I can't mess with any of those servers, just the ones over there. Yeah, properly firewalled servers. They turned on their basic security. But that's still good. We got our sulfur set up, and then we're getting a full load of, like, toxic stuff, as well as just various good materials. I still need to get some teleporters set up on this map. Because when you get down to this end, it's getting to be a little bit of a journey. The only problem is the super alloy. I've been hurting on the super alloy, and I'm using it for progressing the terraformation index and just gobbling it up as fast as we can, and getting the automation set up. But each one of those we get set up and then get some more drones, the better off we are. I probably need to go and, I probably need to go ahead and get a thing constructing the super alloy again. I'll also need to check to see with the various industrial things they want me to make for commerce purposes what I can do about that kind of nonsense. Because very genuinely, where they said we have to make 200, I'm sort of thinking, it's like, okay, well, these things manufacture only so many. I'm going to just need a bunch of boxes to store all those extra components. But that's fine. Hey, Italics, thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. What were we playing tonight? Ooh, that's empty. And that's actually making meaningful progress. Our boxes that are full of garbage are finally not as full of garbage as they were before. I love to see that. But definitely check out Italics, an absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Lots of good stuff. Europa finally finished with it, so you're free. Welcome to your newfound freedom. Okay, those are all full. Meanwhile, I'm doing the new Toxicity DLC for the Planet Crafter, and I am not free. I am prisoner. I cannot escape. There's my inventory. My inventory, it begs for mercy. It says, please end it. Here, we can make 2 more drones and send them on their way. But yeah, but for those who don't know, Alex, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. So if you like the stuff here, you'll probably like the stuff there. Which, of course, means the inverse is mostly true. But right now, we're doing the Planet Crafter. For those unfamiliar with this game, basically the way this game works is, at the beginning, you get landed on a place that's pretty much like Mars. No meaningful atmosphere, no oxygen, it's cold as hell, generally not livable. And you land there because you have been found guilty of an unspecified crime, and you're going to get your charges dropped by terraforming the planet from completely unlivable and almost certainly dooming yourself, to terraforming it into something that's actually livable. Now, you don't know what the actual crime was. Did you actually do it? You can kind of, as the player, decide, yeah, no, I totally deserved this, I'm an awful person, or no, I was framed, or that, you know, the punishment was inappropriate, so, you know, I was found guilty of jaywalking and therefore put to the sentence and all that. But it's not really important, that part of the story. Ooh, the Beehive Tier 2 is actually not hard to make. But, going through all that. But we're at a pretty far in the game. We're kind of setting up some automation stuff, getting all that. All right, give me the beehive. Give me the beehive. Because we're gonna upgrade our beehives. So I need tree bark and fertilizer too. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Bugs and butterflies. Oh yeah, you get this planet, you get everything going, it's all lovely, and then you add bees. I actually like bees. But, nevertheless, it is one of those things, like, you have this paradise of a planet, it's like got all these wonderful trees and all that, and someone's like, let's introduce insects. Alright, so there's better beehives. We'll make these providers, so that our drones can grab the stuff Factorio style. And so we already have where we pull the bees up here. But I'm gonna need another cabinet here. You can chuck that down right here. And this will be the honey cabinet. It's where the honey goes. So I could say, this demands honey. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're getting a bunch of silkworms. Do I have just regular? Yeah, I have regular uncommon in there. Oh, goody. So we can use all of these to cheese our way to getting any fertilizer and mutagen we want. You can do that stuff. Can we get some proto-molecular to shoot at Venus? What was I making with this? Oh, those are leftovers from the other one. Okay, if we get 2 bee larvae... There's a bee larva. So if we get a bee larva into tier 2 and, ooh, I actually might have a tree branch in one of these boxes. Because everything in this place does not stay organized more than 30 seconds. Okay, so let's go over here and see if we already have a tree branch having picked up. Let's see, play the other DLCs and play the interplanetary supply chains. Did they ever make those work well? I honestly don't know, because I never bothered with the interplanetary thing. Like, I just went on to the next planet and just went about my business. Yep, so I got butterflies everywhere and bees everywhere and more butterflies, and we are currently working on fish, but right now the fish only live in these little tanks inside. Later on, we'll introduce fish to the world. We can also get the frogs going. So, what do we need to get this? So, to get the fish actually properly out here, I just need more. We will be getting the bigger drill soon. Yeah, and at that point we get the aquarium. Yeah, so it's a matter of just total biomass, and then the animals themselves are the big holdups. We're about a third of the way to getting the last ore extractor. Amusingly enough, I'm about to get the animal shelter. Well, that's not true. I'm a liar. I'm about... No, actually, I'm a little shy of halfway to the animal shelter. But we can get the frog eggs. So let's go see what a frog egg requires. So that's going to require generic frog eggs and tier 4 mutagen, which I am not yet producing with all my automation. Do I have... Yep, I do have stuff for setting up another automatic machine. Yeah, so like early on you don't have any of this automation going, but this is one of those games that as it gets on you can get pretty over the top with some of this. Okay. Do I think I could squeeze through another row of these? How snug can we get this? Yeah, let's get that nice and uncomfortably snug. Alright, so tier 4 mutagen. Cool. How is our power grid doing, by the way? We have 18,000 watts. Our power grid is in amazing shape. No new messages. Oh, also, we're making artillery munitions and purifying balm because we're doing a commercial partnership. It's a weird thing. So we need to get a lot of storage of those things for that, because it says they need to get 200 of each for some extra objective thing. Where do I want to put that? I could potentially put another staircase up above here. Do I have room on this side? I do. Let's plan to expand a area out that direction. That's what? 3 iron, 2 super alloy, and 3 titanium. There we go. Now I go over here and grab that. And so for right now, I'm just going to get some cabinets set up. So there's one there. Artillery. And balm. And so now we can have it request these. So there's the balm. There's the artillery shells. Yeah, and it looks like when we get 200, we'll be able to, like, case them or something to make them more compact. Alright, so that's good news. That's going to clear some stuff out. If I wanted to make another beehive, I need the bark and the tier 2 fertilizer. There's the bark. You can pop over the tier 2 fertilizer. And get ourselves more bees. I'm gonna eat that honey. Okay. So we can pop up here and see what larva I've got stashed. So there's another bee larva. So we get another bark and another tier 2. We get another beehive, and we'll probably stop with the beehives in there. 4 is a lot of beehives. That's fine, we'll keep that going. Okay. So we're not getting the tier 2 fertilizer producing, and that's because it's waiting on squash. Alright. I forgot we weren't growing squash yet. Okay, so I'll need a super alloy from that. Okay, I don't really care about the butterfly. I'm not going to make it. I don't have super alloy to spare right now. I forgot I had that up there. Okay, so this one's available. We can make that into a different chest for something else now. Because I was just collecting things. Yeah, so we got the tier 2 fertilizer. So I need 1 bark, and then we're going to want some bees as well. Oh, there's a bee. Genetic extractor. Now things are going to start getting wild. Alright, so if we can get a super alloy here, that'll be good. I should have all the materials. I probably just need to make an auto crafter make super alloy, even though I have a drill. Okay, so this will be a good one, because I don't currently have a farm producing squash. And we can correct that, and that's what's been holding up our tier 2 mutagen. Seeds are upstairs. And they're in this box, so grab a squash seed. Okay. And with that, we're growing squash, so we'll get the tier 2 mutagen. You're plugging away. What did I need for the tier 2? So tier 2 is more super alloy and circuit boards and other stuff I don't have the materials for. I'm making circuit boards here somewhere, right? I have 2. Okay, so that's 1 of those, 2 zeolite. And I'm also going to need super alloy. Okay, and there's 2 zeolite. Yep, and that thing's just churning away on its stuff, which is a-okay by me. That's all the surplus we don't need. Yeah, I need to make an auto crafter down here that's making the super alloy to fix that. But that's going to take a super alloy rod. Do we have one? I do. With that, I could fix a problem. Because now I grab 2 osmium. We can plunk down here. And find the place more and more claustrophobic as we go along. Okay, and you are now super alloy. And you are going to be a provider chest because I need lots of this. Give me that. And we're short on some material for super alloy. That's fair. What am I short on? Iron. Okay. Right, and we were making the tier 2 thing here. So we can pop outside and see if I can't just pick up some iron. There we go. And that'll give me another super alloy. There we go. Cool, and with that I can get a tier 2 gas extractor. And I'm going to set you up to supply. And now you're going to do nitrogen. So in this one should be mostly getting us methane with occasional oxygen. This one will be getting me nitrogen. It'd be nice to bump this one up as well, but I don't have the supplies and I'm not going to sweat it. Alright, so the next thing on the list. We got the farm. I wanted to get the beehive done. Because then we can pop over here, grab the tree branch. Okay, we got a tier 5 drill. We should get that built. So I just need the bees themselves. There we go. And with that, that means I got 4 beehives going. Okay, so tier 5 drill is 2 super alloy bars. Okay. Well, at least we have it set up to start making the super alloy. Hold on. Was that providing putrefied water? No, this so this provides just normal water. Then we have the purified water that comes from this. And those are 2 different objects. You can drink both of them in the game, but the game does treat them as completely independent and separate things. Grab you. Oh, I didn't... I can make a tier 2 booster over there. No, for the nitrogen? No. There's methane, nitrogen, and oxygen. It's the same as it's always been. So for a tier 2 booster, that's 2 explosive. Alright. And 3 obsidian. Oh yeah, no, you're all good. I can plunk it down right over here. Put the booster in to make those work better. Alright. Let's pop on down here and have ourselves a snack. I'm gonna need more water production soon. Whatever we're doing that's using the water, it's hammered the old supply. And how are these doing? You have the artillery shell. Oh, these aren't set up to supply. They're never going to do anything. So you are a supplier now. And then the balm is over here. And you are a supplier now. Okay, so let's catch up to what the heck we're doing. I need to go find generic fish eggs so that I can potentially get generic frog eggs so that I can start producing frogs. Now, early on when you're getting to this phase, what you're looking for is you're looking for the little tide pools like this right here. And there you go. It's a generic frog egg. So even though I've not introduced frogs to this world, there's the frogs. Don't worry about it. We don't have to ask too many questions. But that'll steadily start climbing the animals. I am curious with how fast we're getting up to the area where we're going to be able to do mammals, that it almost feels like I'm halfway skipping through the fish in the other phases. Okay, so for the frogs, we need tier 4 mutagen. There we go. Because I've got one frog habitat right there. But you need a frog to provide the eggs. Well, yeah, no, that's the thing. So the idea is we're introducing frogs to the world, but there's also frogs in the world. Meanwhile, I'm just listening to all the machines just hopping away over there. Oh yeah, those artillery shells and balm are just going. Okay, so one thing I could do while that's going on, something that's over... Oh, did I not teleport you back? We can empty our truck that I haven't bothered doing so. Okay. What are you? Oh, we have a plant fuse multiplier. Right, so that's plants 75. Plants 2,980. And then for the big tree thing... Gotcha. Alright, so we'll want another booster. So let's get 2 more explosive powder. Can't, we're out of explosive powder. And I assume that's because we're probably out of sulfur now that everything is using it. Yep. Alright, so we won't worry about that right now. I'll just chuck that over here for a later date. And it's good seeing those cabinets slowly dwindle in materials. Yeah, your provider cabinet? Your provider cabinet. Okay, so grab you 2. I need more iron. Okay. So we got 2 more drones out and about. Alright. So we've got a bunch of the fertilizer ready. Got rocket engines. We can work on expanding the amphibian stuff. Because that helps. Well, we officially have frogs. And how are you doing in your fertilizer 2? So you are producing fertilizer 2. Now that's good news. We got tons of rocket engines. We do not have super alloy because iron is a problem. Alright, so One thing I'm very happy to see is we're now burning through a lot of these materials gradually. Like, there's still tons of this back in here, but we are slowly burning through them. So that is good to see that. Let's check on the balm. The balm, we're quickly getting our cabinets full. So I'm going to need to work on that. What else do we need for the balm? It's just purification gel and microplastics. So I can move you over here so you're in range. Okay, so you're up here. Yeah, so you're definitely able to reach those. Maybe the microplastics isn't in range? I mean, these are definitely in range. Oh, it's full. The drones just haven't had a chance to empty it yet. Gotcha. So it's just bottlenecking on the drones. So let's go ahead and make more of them. I've got rocket engines just sitting around taking up inventory space. And I need more iron. Did you find an area of sulfur? Yeah, we've already got it hooked up with a drill and everything. It's just a matter of, you know, it only drills so fast. And we also have right now, all of our stuff is currently like backed up kind of thing. But if I can just keep building up the number of drones, like you can see the drones zipping around out here, but we can keep them all going. That should help, because all those drills are tier 2, so they're going to be getting a lot of just regular materials. Yeah, can't get it fast enough? Exactly. Alright. Did we empty you out already? Yep. So get that in my pocket. And so what I'm going to do right now is I've got some storage containers over here that we were depleting previously. Oh, I think I already pulled all the good stuff out of them. And it was like, it wasn't even like just iron or anything. I think it's like literally just extra seeds I don't need. Never mind, we're not going to go over there. What we're going to do is find the next closest polluted area and probably just hop over and pillage that. Okay, so this corner over by the tungsten we never quite cleared out. Let's do the tungsten corner. Because if we do the tungsten corner, then that means that whole end of the map is just done. That I no longer need to worry about it at all. And in the meantime, like, our terraformation index is making pretty good progress. We're about half a TTI. And if I recall, you win the game when you're at like 1.5 or something TTI or 2 or whatever TTI. That's kind of where that happens. Oh right, I have the recipe for making the pristine mushroom things, so we'll want to get those queued up as well. I'm willing to bet there is a source of renewable pollution, whether it's like down at the base of the drill or something like that. All right. Okay. All right. Oh, we're full. Cool. Can drop the vehicle there. This is all good news. Actually, don't care about that. The rest of that is all good news. No servers I overlooked because I do that. Same here. Cool. Car's full. There's nothing else for us to chuck in there. We can pop up here and check in these places. Nothing worthwhile in that one. Okay, we had a nuclear reactor in there. That's super alloys as far as I'm concerned. Another computer chip. Okay, so that all was pretty solid. Okay, we got our first just straight up DNA it's giving us. That's all fine. Bum. I don't think you care about any of that. That's fine. Cool. Alright, so with that, let's beeline back home. Because we cleaned out a little bit over a third of all of the pollution down there. We can bring that back. I probably also need to grab more of the spores. Keep stuff being produced. But yeah, no, that'll be curious about making the toxic goo. There's gonna be a way we can make the toxic goo. Because we can make the toxic goo spores and water, then we can go things infinitely. It could also be that we get a recipe for making the toxic goo, you know, using what would otherwise be perfectly benign things. Like using like the iridium or uranium or whatever. Alright, so that'll be a drop-off of more material to keep our, you know, pollution production stuff going. Okay, so let's start by decrypting these. That did not give us anything. Drone visualization rocket. That's fine, I don't really care about that one. We do have 4 circuit boards. Let's go ahead and start stashing stuff. You're full. It's fine. Okay, so we got super alloy here. We'll drop the DNA in there as well, and the zeolite. So we got a purification one. We can put that over here. And now I'll boost this. put the fuse in here. Okay, so I need 4 more rockets. And then some iron, which is going to be out perpetually because we are making super alloy. Oh, there's something I needed 2 of those for that we had unlocked. What did we unlock that took 2 super alloy? That I was like, let's get that going. Oh, it was the drill. The big drill. Let's grab an osmium rod. Because that pressure is what's blocking us from getting the bigger extraction drill. Okay, I see a problem. Alright, we're gonna move you over there. Okay. That has some potential to work. Because we can get the super alloy back. And that's enough to, almost on its own, trigger the next thing. Okay, we make one of the drones just to get that out of my inventory. I need more iron, though. See if I can't get my 3 iron to get those out of my inventory real fast and to work. But, if I go over and I start moving all that stuff around... the pressure stuff, I should be able to get probably 3, maybe, of the upgraded drills. And considering they're like a factor of 10 better than the smaller ones, even if I only get like 2 of them up, that's good. I'll have to get them away from those trees, though. The trees are just taking over everything. I was kind of hoping I could drink water out of there. That's fine. Okay. So with that, we can go ahead and make 3 more drones. These are not stacking up, which means they're all in use. I'll eat a bean. And grab myself a new one. What do you got going on back here? More pollution. Okay, drop off the titanium and the silicon. We are now overfilling on titanium. Yeah, these mean they're surplus. Okay. We can drop the mutagen there. Bacteria here. Polymer down below. Okay, so we can go over here. Hold up. That's not what you want. But glad I noticed that, because those weren't even doing what they're supposed to. I didn't realize I had 2 down there. So you can go pop over here. Super alloy. And we're at the point I have too much osmium. We're literally just gonna chuck osmium in there. Let's go over here. Yoink you. And run down here. And work on getting that pressure up. Okay, and we can take all of that back. Pop it into storage. And then start making some of the big drills. We got a little bit of iron too, which is always a win. So that'll be more super alloy. There you go. Figure it's gonna cycle in a second. Alright, so let's go back here and see what our super alloy looks. Yeah, there we go. 4 bars. Alright, so for the big drills, that's all we need. So that means I can plunk down a couple more of these. Alright, so that's going to be a massive improvement in the air pressure buildup. As you see that number just start picking up pace on the side there. Okay, so that should help a lot get this going faster. This is getting some pretty good speed behind it. So far as the animals go, we're basically done with all the plant unlocks. We're getting closer to getting better fish eggs in the aquarium. The aquarium is going to be the next major thing for progressing. Like, weirdly, we're making amphibians right now at the same time as the other stuff. We should try and get the genetic extractor so that we can get the genetic synthesizers up here. Have you heard of the new game Winter Survival? I have. They reached out to me. I haven't had a chance to properly dig into what it is, though. Like, obviously, it's a survival game. But I'd have to look into it, because a lot of the ones that they go for, like, the realistic survival, I usually find they become pretty unfun. Like, not because of lack of challenge, but because a lot of the stuff becomes more chore than enjoyable in my experience. Okay, so this is a circuit board, a tier 3. I don't have any solar quartz, so I can't do that at all. But yeah, so it looks like it's like the long dark but sweatier is the way it's coming across. But I have to look at there. It's supposed to be really hard. Yeah, really hard is not a problem. It's how they make it hard that's the big question mark. Because I certainly see a lot of games that go for that, like, oh, we're a brutally hard survival game. Make sure you get your vitamin A, B, C, and all that in proper balance. Make sure you consume enough calories. Make sure, you're getting a proper amount of, your whatever fats and these kind of things. Make sure you're not eating too little veggies. And you kind of get to the point where it's like, man, I don't want to deal with that in real life. Let alone do I want to deal with that in a video game. But there's a lot of that go, like, really kind of send it on that stuff. I'm not saying that it's one of them, but that's sort of the impression I was getting from the first glance before I've had a chance to properly dig in. Okay, so let's check to make sure these are still doing their stuff. I need my next cabinet of... Well, actually, we need cabinets for both of those, which means iron, which you don't have. Yeah, because like I said, I don't mind hard as in, like, just straight-up difficulty, needing to sneak around from dangerous animals, set your traps, make, decision-making between, like, okay, is it better that I burn calories to accomplish this goal, or should I be more conservative on my calorie use, knowing some things aren't going to get done? You can be tedious and not challenging instead of not tedious and challenging. Which is my thing? It equals hard. Yeah. Well, that's kind of one of the things. There's definitely been the survival games where people be like, that game is so hard. And it's like, no. The game's not hard. The game's tedious. There's a difference. Like, hard means as a player, I have to struggle to make things work and all that. Tedious means I have to go through these motions again and again and again. And, the chances of things going wrong... they're present. So sooner or later, things go bad. It's kind of satisfactory. Usually it gets compared with, Subnautica. But yeah, no, I can see it as well. Okay, so this is for the artillery shells. And this is more for the bomb. Alright. So overall, the animal shelter is coming along fine. We have increased the amount for the air pressure. It's not moving at a meaningful speed. I would like to get more of those, because I think the tier 5 is, I believe, the biggest of the drills. Yeah, and it's a lot of pressure it's doing. How's our power, by the way? We still have 16,000 spare power. We're fine. Okay, so let's see here real fast. I would like to get more auto-crafters going for some of the stuff we're missing. I need to be doing some stuff with the fish. That's one of the things I need to get going. Is I need to get the fish going more, and I haven't been. And that's because I really don't like the indoor aquariums. They're these big things that take up space. We get the better butterfly garden here, which that's neither here nor there for me. We've already maxed out what we can get from the plants of this. I mean, I guess that would get us to better frog eggs faster. Yeah, so sadly I won't be able to do the mammal stuff for a while because I need the genetic synthesizer and all that. Let's zip on over here and grab some water and also see if this thing, you know, is sorted. Because this is clearing the water here. Yeah, so cleaned the water. But it still has lots of the toxins stored in the actual filters. And you've got those all queued up so the robots can pull that into the detoxer. Alright, so the big question is, what's my next move? I can go, obviously, and keep cleaning up pollution out and about, which is certainly one thing worth doing. We are producing more and more stuff here. Yeah, we're slowly getting all those, super alloy rods. I don't have... Well, actually... Hold that thought. We have the sulfur, so I got this to clean. We got the uranium on there. I don't have the obsidian hooked up, but I don't really need much of it. The super alloys hooked up. We've got the sulfur hooked up. We got the aluminum and the osmium hooked up. No one care. I mean, ironically, I actually do need iron. We got the tungsten hooked up. So we've got, and the iridium. We've got all the different ore types hooked up. Somewhat ironically, I do actually need the iron. So having a dedicated iron one wouldn't be the worst, because every one of these is currently backed up, and we're not getting the super alloy because of it. But it feels really weird to consider focusing on that. Let's get some more drones out. Do you eventually chemically process the toxic micropractice? So what I do right now is I process those junk things and other stuff. Didn't we unlock more rockets? Well, we have the drone visualization. I don't really care about that. Yeah, so we're still at insect rockets I could make. Let's go pop in and check what we got going on up here. Yeah, so the rare larva. And then we got bees. We got all the bees. Existence is bees. Okay, well we got all the bees you could ever want. Drop of water in there for right now. Grab a rocket engine. Butterfly farm tier 2. So, what do I need for the bee rockets? Those are mutagen and osmium bars. Just take a couple of these out of my inventory. I grabbed too many. Alright. I remember it was mutagen 2 and osmium bar. That's right. So osmium. Cool, we don't have any more bars up there. That's what I love to see. And then the mutagen 2. Hey, Azriel! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. That's mutagen 2. Osmium bars. Oh wait, did I get the wrong person? Wait, what? Oh, thank you, Sal. I'm sorry. I saw the shout out for Azrael. I was like, wait a second. It's like, you were already here. You didn't do like a half-hour stream. What's going on? But yeah, as soon as we can get the shout out for Sal, we'll have to wait just a minute for it to come across. Nah, you're all good. You're all good, Treacle. But as soon as we get that going on, Sal is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely recommend checking out Sal. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play. Don't mind me, I'm sending bees to space. Don't worry about it. But, you know, plays a lot of similar games to what we play. And does all sorts of, like, major projects and all in those games. So, like, you know, Whiskerwood, Timberborn, a whole lot of the other stuff. Had to follow Sal after that. You're not following Sal. You need to be following Sal. Sal is fantastic. Very, very genuinely recommend Sal. In space, no one can hear you buzz. Oh, but they will buzz after all. Alright, so let's grab the 3 rockets here. I'll need more. You just did? Ah, okay. Well, at least you took corrective action. I need osmium rods. But yeah, so again, definitely check out Sal. For everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, I don't really play much Project Zomboid anymore. Instead, we send bees into space. Ish. As long as your definition of space is very, very flexible. But I do play like a lot of colony builders, settlement builders, that kind of stuff. A lot of the same stuff that Sal plays, like Oxygen Not Included, Timberborn, Whiskerwood, a bunch of that stuff. But we also do like the occasional like survival crafter, tycoon, that kind of thing. And today we're doing some planet crafter. And for those who are not familiar with planet crafter, the general premise of this game is you are a convicted criminal. Did you do it? Don't know. Is the punishment appropriate? Also don't know. It's like, we don't have any of that information. But what we do know is that you were convicted, and to get your charges dropped, you got dumped on a planet similar to Mars. You know, very little atmosphere, no oxygen, cold AF. And your job is to make it a nice, hospitable place and everything, and terraform it to being, like, wonderful, all by yourself, with no real help. So that is a osmium sulfur asteroid. I'm not going to worry about that one. Right, so I need rockets that I literally just used all of. Didn't think that one through. But, so you terraform the planet, and the way that works in practice is if we look at our machine right here, it'll say, here's your terraform score, and that's like your overall score. Here's your oxygen, here's your heat, and here's your pressure. And if you look at this, I have this as like grayed out with a lock, and it tells me at 13.33 PA, I will get that device. I'll unlock it, and I'm at 5.37. So the way I make that go up is I got these big drills over here, and these big drills here make air pressure by vaporizing the ground and, making it gaseous. Because it's definitely not going to be a problem to breathe in, rock that has been vaporized and all that. It certainly will be fine. But you build up the air pressure and all that, and keep all that stuff going. And as you do, you unlock more and more stuff. And you use that stuff to then, make things go faster. So kind of the flow, if you've ever done like idle games, clicker games, those kind of things, but like that progression where you do the thing and then like it unlocks the thing that's now exponentially better than the previous thing, and you keep repeating that and it keeps going up and up, number get bigger. It's that kind of progression, except instead of idle clicker nonsense, it's a lot more active that you do explore the world. It also has a lot of similar feeling to Subnautica, in the sense that you explore your world, you find the resource, you bring it back, you craft stuffs, all that kind of stuff. The big difference, I would say, between this and Subnautica, though, is this doesn't have much in the way of vehicles. And then it also doesn't have going into the abyss depths, where Cthulhu reigns and everything is sad and nightmares live. Okay, so we're making more balm and more artillery shells. Hey, maybe we're terraforming a planet not for ourselves, but the litho-respirators. Oh, people who breathe dirt. Sure. Okay, so we're a little over 2/3 the way from unlocking the fish farm, which will be great. We're about halfway to getting the detoxo tree, which I don't know what does. We've got about half of the toxic goo cleaned up, and a little bit over 2/3 of the toxic areas I have cleaned. Because we are playing the DLC. Normally when you play the game, I think this is the 5th planet you can do now. What's it say on Rual's shirt? It says Star Wars. So today's shirt's not a pun. Today's shirt is just straight up nerding out on the Star Wars. Versus, I believe it was yesterday's shirt that people got the chuckle about, which was atoms. They, don't trust atoms. They make up everything. I also have one that's the moon being sad, saying nobody visits anymore. Okay. I've got a bunch of those kind of shirts. I have more of these boxes I know what to do with. Do I have a bunch of tungsten rods that we can make more of the detoxer things? Oh yeah, we do. Alright, what do the detoxer things cost? So, 2 plastic rods, 2 purification gel. I'm observing a complete and utter lack of purification gel. Right, I just remembered. We ran into the situation, don't have a whole bunch in here. Cool. We ran into the situation where we can now make the mushrooms that I need to make the purification gel. And I haven't set that up. Oh, tungsten was here. Right. So that means I need super alloy bars to make more autocrafters. So I'll get 2 more autocrafters out of that. So I can make this place even more claustrophobic than it already is. Let's see, if we punch into all your pun shirts, you might have to stream topless on major days. Or in a sweatier Florida humid heat, yeah. I do have a good number of pun shirts. Okay, so can I wedge one in here? That is a question. Where's the autocraft? There's the autocrafter. No, not in a way that's not going to be awful. You can wedge one right here and it'll be alright. Okay, so for you, I need you to make... Alright, so it's methane, toxins, and mushrooms. I'm going to need that to be on the other side to be in range of our platform. Okay, so I can still barely squeeze by. Alright, so for the mushrooms, yeah, we have methane. Alright, so what were you missing? So it's methane, toxins, and mushrooms. Are the mushrooms being fully depleted? No, the mushrooms are in place. Toxins should be in range. I'm observing a problem as to why... I'm noticing we have no toxins. Huh. We are out of toxins. Okay. That is Not what I was worried about, but that is what we're dealing with. I have a lack of toxins going on here. I got too much of everything else, but the toxins are fine. Alright, what was the next thing we wanted to get a auto-crafter going for? Okay, so we're making all of those up top. So the entire top row we're making. I don't care about the high quality. Rockets. That's right, we have a need for rockets. Because we have officially run ourselves out. So that'll be another thing gobbling up materials that I really don't have to spare. I also need to increase our water production a lot. Because things keep growing and growing. But yeah, so this one, when we started the planet, unlike the other planets, this one was covered with toxic waste, and we're just working on that. So let's go grab our car, and let's do another run for toxic waste. Because, weirdly enough, the issue I'm running into is I'm having a problem where I have far too many microplastics, and not enough toxic waste. Sentences that you just don't think you'll say in a daily life. But if we could continue to make the, well, if I'm using all the purification gel to make the balm... Ooh. I'm gonna have to look, because I don't think we have anything that's using the microplastics in any meaningful quantity. Might be the issue over there. Because this one, we've got these trade agreements where there's no combat in this game, but I've got a trade agreement where I can make artillery shells out of toxic waste, which feels like a whole lot of war crimes. And I'm also making purification balm, so I'm assuming it's like antibiotic lip balm. I don't know. You know, sure, I guess. But yeah, so this is what the whole map looked like down here, where it's got this green haze and there's this goo everywhere. Give me the money. Give me the rocket engines and the explosives. Take the fertilizer too. Selling the problem and the solution? Yep. So what we're doing is just cleaning up all the toxic waste. And then I take the waste home, and we process it down into crafting materials that we then use to get rid of the toxic waste. And one dirty trick we use is I drop my car and I fill it up with junk. And then when we leave, I just teleport the car back to me. Take the circuit board. The rest of this could probably just stay here. We don't really need the osmium. We don't need a lot of this. I want the circuit boards. What upcoming release am I most excited to play? I don't know. I am so overwhelmed with the already happening releases. Very genuinely, the 17th and 18th, I was looking at, oh man, what was it, like 10 things that were under NDA? They're kind of all coming out. It's gonna be way back in that corner. I'm probably gonna let that one go. We've been getting a lot of them. And since we can now craft pulsar crystals, it's not like it used to be. It used to be you saw a pulsar crystal, it didn't matter what you were doing. You dropped everything and you beelined over to go get it. It was just too valuable of a resource to not go after. But they gave us a crafting recipe, and while it's got some decent requirements, it is just one of those things that you'd be like, that's fine. I'll just deal with when I can. We got room for one more. And I'm pretty sure the car is full already. Yep. Okay, and that was a successful run to get. So out of the 149 toxic waste down there, we have 93 we've collected. That seems to be kind of the big thing we're doing now, is doing those laps of like running down there, collecting a whole bunch of stuff. And where we can get somewhere close to like 50, 60, 70 to... What? Oh, this isn't my car. I was sitting there, I was like, wait, huh? That's not how any of this works. Honestly, the rest of it could all just sit. There was just that 1 second where I was like, didn't realize it wasn't my car. I'm like, but it's behind me. And also early game, when you're playing the Planet Crafter and all that, like, you have very limited ability to get around because you have your oxygen drains, and it really kind of limits how far you can go. But we've hit the point where we've terraformed the atmosphere enough that we can just breathe it. So I no longer, like, oxygen only matters if I'm submerged underwater and stuff like that. Alright, loving to see that. We actually have open spots there. Been so long coming. Okay, one more out of there, and we should be good. Cool. So let's go check to see if we got any new blueprints from these. Increased inventory size 3, and explosives. Cool. So we got 2 rocket engines, 2 circuit boards. And if we get 2 iron, I can make those into more drones to send around. Let's see, how much struggle would it be to start fresh on the Toxic World versus the rocket there? I started fresh on it, it wasn't bad. I think the intent is that you do start on this world. Like a fresh new run. But yeah, no, I didn't find it particularly hard relative to other planets, just different. The only ones that felt like they really intended for you to bring stuff with you was the moons. The moon update. That one they definitely leaned it towards, like, you were expected to come prepared. Which I did start the first of the 2 moons that you're allowed to start, Selena. I did start that directly there, and it went fine. I have so much uranium, so much everything. This feels weird. Just putting entire uranium rods right into the grinder. Don't want it. Okay, so I got another of those. Is there something else I need auto-crafted? Let's go and check. I also don't know where I would shove one more autocrafter. Can't physically fit between that aquarium. Okay, if I build another autocrafter, what would I set you up for? We have the fusion cell. I'm not making an autocrafter make fusion cells right now. We have all those. I'm not setting it up to make the drones. I've learned my lesson. I've done that before. Don't do that. That becomes a problem. We can make the high quality food. The beans kind of do the same thing for me, so I'm not too fussed about that. I mean, I could make it make those. Let's set it up. It's going to gobble up a lot of resources and be real painful. What happens with your drones? If you set it up right, it makes the drones, it moves them in here, and you'll just endlessly gobble up your resource and just make more and more drones. It can be good to set up like when you're definitely behind on your drones and you want to get things moving. It's not purely a bad thing, but it is one of those things left unattended can very quickly become a bad thing. Oh right, we have the better butterfly garden. Alright, well, let's go down here to the butterflies and yoink you. I don't remember what's in one of those. Tier 2 fertilizer and a zeolite. Okay, so literally for upgrading those. Alright. Grab all of our fabric. I can just immediately in place upgrade. So, boom. And there's 1000% butterfly there. 1000% butterfly here. Let's go into our cabinet up here. So 120, 200, 175, 175, 120, 230, 250. Those are all terrible. So let's go here. Okay, so what we're going to do really fast. I'm going to go up here and grab one of each of these so I can identify them easily. So I can tell it to shred them. So adorable little butterfly, the Azura, or however you say it. That one goes into the shredder. Now we have the Fancy and the Galaxy. We can tell those, so here's the Fancy, and there's the Galaxy. We're going to shred those. We have the Impalio and the Penga. So the Impalio and the Penga go in there. And then we have the Chevron. So we put the Chevron in there. And now what we do is we walk up here to this, and we kind of do the reverse. Where there's the Azura. There's a Galaxy, there's a Fancy, Impalio, the Penga, Chevron. They have the Abstrius. So we can pop down here, and the Abstrius needs to be added to this one. And basically what we're doing is we're telling it, hey, these butterflies that aren't really that good, just chuck them in the garbage. We don't want them. Get them out of here. They smell funny. Later on, we'll be able to put them into stuff. I mean, we can do it now. We can put them to stuff to get me, fertilizer and that kind of stuff, or DNA and that kind of stuff. But right now, I want to keep processing through, because sometimes we'll get really good butterflies. Okay, so that should mean it will stop getting all those. And meanwhile, we go down to you, grab you, take that apart, grab you, Take that apart. Bigger butterfly garden. Drop in the 2 good butterflies. And that's down to 300. There's not one in here, so that's doing good. 500 is acceptable. Okay, so with that we can build another one. Because we had 2 500 percenters. Okay, so let's go back in here. Alright, so I'm getting all these materials back. I have got to increase our water supply. That's been overdue for a while. I've also got to increase the amount of froggos we're getting. So you've got all that. Yeah, so these are going to be hands down way better than what we were dealing with. What we can do, though, is check in our recipe. So, yeah, so we can get the Serena. It'd be tier 2 fertilizer and a rare larva. Let's go up to this. Because earlier I couldn't find the rare... There's the rare larva now. Alright, cool. So let's plan to start getting these to be, like, properly good ones. So we'll go... Okay, so that's what I could manage with the fabric we had. That's fine. So we can pop up here... I'm willing to bet the zeolite's full. It is. The tier 2 fertilizer's probably full. Almost. The bioplast is definitely going to be full. It's not. So honestly, the zeolite feels weird. Chuck it in the garbage. Okay, so. We're the fanciest butterfly. We would need rare larva, tier 2 mutagen, and a fertilizer 1. Then pop up here. That'll be good. Actually, did we need 4 of those? And I need to grab the fertilizer 1. I know I need at least 2. Oh, I need the mutagen 2. Okay, so keep that going. He's got 2 spots available. It's gonna take a minute to do that. I'll chuck all the fertilizer 2 in there for right now. And then I can pop up here with the extra rares that I don't need. Okay, so the next thing to go is we got a bunch of bioplast, and I just mentioned we're hurting on water. So I could take, we have what, 6? We're gonna get 2 water production, so I'll grab one of you. So I can go up here, grab 2 super alloy, 2 aluminum, and 2, was it silicon? Magnesium. So we're going to set these up, and this will fix our water problems. We can just pop this over here. And I might need to make a second thing of the algae too soon, but we'll see. Okay, that should fix our water. Okay, so it does look like we're using the mushrooms about as fast as we're getting them. So it might also be something worth making another farm, which wouldn't be a problem at all. We can get that to go pretty easily. So I can go over here, grab a super alloy. I'll need a tier 1 and a tier 2 fertilizer, and 2 bees. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So you can run on down here. Tier 1 and 2. Grab our butterfly. Mutagen, rare, and rip that. So get another really good butterfly over there. Cool. So you can just pop right here. Drop another one of those. I'll need to go grab a mushroom seed. I was using that for stuff like the bioplast, the explosive powder, all the, I mean, we're using it for a bunch of stuff. That's what matters. Yeah, so squash is doing fine, eggplant's doing fine, beans are doing fine, mushrooms we are running out of. Yeah, so we're getting extra nitrogen in both of those. Right, so we're getting all this junk in here. I will want to grab some more water, which is absolutely all being used. Okay. We can plunk off the other butterfly in here. Cool, and let's kind of reassess where things are. Okay, so we are honestly about 75%-ish the way towards getting the animal shelter, which is pretty surprising. Because like this is kind of the end, like this is the actual extraction platform. 4 TTI is like the win. Usually when it's considered fully terraformed, and we're about to be at 1 TTI. This is about halfway. We are right about to unlock better fish eggs, and we got a decent ways till we can get the bigger aquarium. The frog stuff, we're basically maxed out on our insects and plants. We're down to animals, so that's the frogs, the fish, that nonsense. Oh, we can add logistics to our vehicle. That's fun. And we're only 2.2 tons of animals away from getting the fish farm, which will massively accelerate a lot of stuff. There's the pollution. Okay, so I got 6 of those. I don't have microchips to go with them, so most likely these will end up becoming rockets. There's the frog eggs. We have all this. That's just like, hey, provider chests. I do have another super alloy rod. We don't have another material I want to put a drill on right now, so that's not a good use for it. If we get a second one, I can put up another tier 5 drill, which I think is what I'm going to do with that. So give me that. We'll pop out here and we'll plunk down another one of these giant drills over here to keep the pressure going to get me towards the... Can the vehicle be set to supply? Yes. Once I get the logic thing unlocked, which I don't have quite yet, then I would be able to make it a provider, so that as I'm loading stuff up, the drones can collect it from the vehicle. Okay, what would it take for me to make a bunch more of the frog habitats? So you are common larva, fertilizer, and water. That part's easy. What about the frog eggs? Right. For the frog eggs, I gotta find generic eggs. Otherwise, we can work on the fish. The fish give me 4 animals a second versus 965 for the amphibian farm. Alright, so we need to get generic frog eggs. And usually where you find those, if I go to these bodies of... Never mind, we'll just do the fish farm. The fish farm is better. Disregard any consideration for the frogs right now. So let's grab... I have no silk. Okay, we need more silk farms. So for the silk production, I need silkworms. I have 3. Stop giving me bees. We need a plankton... Oh, so that's... For this, I need an oxygen, a water, a zeolite, and silkworms. I happen to have a zeolite, I was like, wait, what? So you needed... Lots of nitrogen. We have nitrogen on the list of things to get rid of. I do not. Let's add nitrogen to the list. As soon as I can find it. There you are. Okay, so getting all the nitrogen out of there, that's good news. Okay. So I'll just need to make oxygen, that's not a problem. We can go up here, grab 2 cobalt. There's the oxygen. Okay, even more silk coming. Okay, let's top off our water, and maybe we'll find generic fish eggs over by this body of water. You can end up finding them on the water's edge, but most likely, if you're going to find them, be like little tide pool things near bodies of water. Most of the time near bodies of water, I should say. And that's usually where you find them. It's not looking promising that... Oh, no, there's one right here. Yeah, so it'll be around these that you'll usually find frog eggs. There they are. It's like a little teeny tiny pool of water nearby other water. Okay, so let's go up here and check. So... Tier 3? Oh, those are fish eggs. Yeah, tier 4 mutagen. We can just do that for right now. Okay, and then we can make the amphibian farm, so that's a common larva, a fertilizer. That's all fine. Go upstairs. There's no common larva up here. We can grab a fertilizer. I assume they're basically keeping up with these things. Walk around for just a minute, see if we can't find... common larva, because we do want to be building those up. You use the common larva for a lot of stuff later on. Like food, a bunch of things like these terrariums and all that. So I'm a little surprised I don't see them. The others are working. We're getting the rares in there. So the Amela we don't want in here. The Amela's a junk one. And actually, I'm willing to bet if we shred the Amela, it's probably a common. Or not. Try shredding this one. Cool. Yep, so now I just need a water. And then with the water, we can go ahead and get the next of our little frog tide pool things going. Cool. So we can pop on down here and say froggy area. And we got more frogs of a different color. Well, same-ish color, it's fine. Right. So we got more fertilizer, more mutagen, more everything. My inventory is constantly a state of suffering and pain. Drop the rare butterfly in there. Honestly, I don't know what to do with that DNA yet. The DNA will be important when we go for, like, when I say mammals, like the land animals. The land animals, you use that stuff. We can go ahead and just chuck those in the bin. Those are surplus to requirement. Do you have what you need over here? Ah, there we go. So we can help that out. Let's check to see how we're doing on this. We're gonna need 2 more cabinets soon. Iron is still suffering. The huge base held aloft by a Fallout-style thing. It's like, yep. Yep, okay. Okay, so those are doing their best to keep the silk coming so we can get our fishies online. Meanwhile, we can get some fish eggs going. So the best fish eggs I can make are 300%, and that's tier 3 fertilizer plankton A. So tier 3, we'll grab 2 of those. Fertilizer 1s, I believe. Let me double check that. Also, go on the list here and add plankton A, plankton B, plankton C. Make sure that keeps processing, because eventually you'll start actually get eventually start just getting directly. I'm trying to get the right plankton. You'll eventually start directly getting frog eggs on occasion from that. Okay, so let's see. So you're plankton A, tier 3, yep. So boom, boom, and boom. Research that. Okay, so just need to get more silk out of those. We got our rocket engines. Oh yeah, we have circuit boards happening here. Okay, well actually, let's put those back. How are our drones doing? We're starting to have drones idle, so I have enough drones now. But the drones are able to keep up with what I need. You're literally nothing but plastic the whole way down. Because... So the artillery shells don't use plastic, and the bomb doesn't use plastic either. So plastic is one material that literally we're just not using now. Not really. So we're going to run into the problem of having entirely too many microplastics. So here's the question. If we go in here... So you have the plastic polymer. Why is that not going? Oh, you need 2 toxins, not just 1. And we're gobbling up all those toxins to make other things. That's okay. That's not unreasonable. What'll probably help? Well, no, because they even have spares of those. Huh. Yeah, we're just consuming everything as fast as we get it. Did I get the... So for you need mushroom. You're also needing toxins. Oh, you're probably just too far over on this side to make the fusion cells. Because you need... be kind of over here. Actually, wait, that's not true. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, so if I squeeze you right here, we can sneak around it. And you can be a pulsar crystal over there. And then I think everything will be in range here. So pulsar crystals, methane, zeolite, iridium. I mean, all that should be there. Because we have the osmium, the iridium, uranium, zeolite, osmium. What are you missing? Methane. The methane's down here. Oh, we just don't have enough methane. It's fine. Alright, Tier 2 aquarium. So the Tier 2 aquarium, if we build the building, that gives me 65 animals per second versus the fish farm gives me 290. Meanwhile, I can go over here, grab those. Chuck you 3 in there. Grab our Tier 3 mutagen. And our fertilizer 1. We'll keep that rolling. We can top off our water. Yeah, because those fish farms are really effective for getting earlier animals. Eat our beans. Did I finish emptying you? Yeah. Oh, what does it take me to get the logistics on here? Vehicle logistics, 2 circuit board, 2 circuit boards, 2 bioplast, an osmium, and a superalloy. We can do that. Superalloy, 2 circuit boards, 2 of these. Cool. We can race on up here, and the only reason I went up here versus down there, I believe I have a ton of osmium. Nope, I'm a liar. I do not have a ton of osmium bars. I did have a ton of osmium bars. Okay, so let's get the logistics built. Cool, and then we can get our inventory to be even bigger. Alright, so I will need 2... This is going to be quite... Oh man, that's going to be a ton of fabric. I want to get there, but I don't think that's the immediate priority. Man, the silk ones are so slow on getting you more silk. Okay, so you're just churning away. So we got the balm, we got the artillery. Iron's still a struggle. Okay, we got better frog eggs we can make, which... Okay, so eventually we're finally getting ahead on the mushrooms. Wait a second. I was already making pulsar crystals over here. Okay. Is there something else I want you making? Da-da-da-da-da. Not really. Oh, that's right. I was trying to make these. I chose the chose the pulsar crystals. I want the fusion cells. Requires the pulsar crystals, the obsidian, and the osmium. Cool. They're making the fusion cells, because I do remember there was one of the places we went into that had 3 of those were needed to open up more doors, and I never really messed with it. In the meantime, we could go ahead and chuck you in here, because those are going to get eaten up now. I've got you going on there. Let me guess, you got your last fabric? Okay, well at least the fabric's done, so now we should have those store it for a little while. Okay. So all that's going well. Just checking my time real fast. I know we're over, but I want to go a little over since, you know, it's been a good night, a lot of people raiding, all that stuff, good numbers. I know I can't stay up super late because I got an interview to do. Like, I'm interviewing someone, not the other way around. We are about to have the animal shelter available, but I don't have what I need to make the actual animals. I don't care about that stuff. Okay, we can make purified water later on, as well as super late animal things. Not that I need to make purified water, but it is a thing we'll eventually be able to make. So honestly, for right now, let me go ahead and we're going to toss the fish eggs in there and the silk. Where are those going? Did you... No, you didn't just destroy the fish eggs. Where did... Oh, do I have a box up here for that? I think we actually do. Somewhere, I think I have a box called egg here somewhere. Yeah, that's fine. Proteus fish eggs. Let's get these all set up. Okay, and the frog eggs. Yep, so you got the fish eggs up there. We'll get the frog eggs there too. That is a-okay by me. All the rest of that could just sit there. We have the silk. We can top off our water. Yeah, I'm not going to expand the vehicle's inventory as much as I want to. And the entire reason for that is it'll take all the fabric. And if that happens, then the silk will get gobbled up, and I need the silk for the fish farms. So I don't want to accidentally prevent those fish farms from happening because they're the higher priority than being able to haul a little bit more stuff home. Did we get the logic circuit on there? I think we did. Because also if I get the logic circuit on the vehicle, I can just stay out there and clean as long as the drones are doing laps. Yeah, supply everything. Cool, we can grab 2 beans for the road. I knew if I came back and I checked out right away, it would be there. The moment you give up is the moment it gives you what you want. So fish farm. I need 2 of those. We'll go upstairs and grab a plankton A, which is on this side. There's a plankton A, right? Yep. And And that's my best fish egg. I think it's just 1 fish egg per farm. Okay, with this we'll have a massive boost to the number of animals we're getting. There we go. Cool, so that'll be good there. And I believe we've got the logistics and all that set up on our vehicle, so let's pop that in our pocket. I'm actually going to take an extra bean for the road and an extra water or 2 for the road. Because we're getting this place clean. Because now with everything as fast as it's moving, because remember, it's at 4 TTI that we get the thing to launch to leave the planet. We're just not allowed to actually launch and leave the planet until we have successfully terraformed it. And I want to say it's really pretty close the time you get that you've officially terraformed it. So very genuinely, if I could get that to pick up the pace a little bit more, I could see like wrapping tonight kind of thing. That said, I don't think that's realistic. I think more than likely what'll happen is by the time we finish, I'll probably be, I would guess, 1.5, 2 TTI. And then more than likely we'll do like a half stream of Planet Crafter more than likely tomorrow. Technically tomorrow's my day off, but I'm really bad at actually doing that. Real life situations. But with all that said, then what we could do is we could check out News Tower or one of the other games they got keys for. You know, honestly, I don't care about those boxes. Outside of boosters, I don't think there's anything else they can give me that I actually care about on a real capacity. Because like everything else we're already making. It'd be just a matter if I could scale it up more or not. Okay, take that back. Computer chip I do care about. There we are. Oh, we got way more toxic waste way over here. I'm also realizing, most likely, all this goo I'm loading up isn't going to get shipped back. And the reason it's not going to get shipped back, most likely, is the container we get shipped back to is full. Did I see the mailbox icon? That's just my eyes. Fine, don't care about those materials. Alright, there's only 7 more, and I have 8 spots in my inventory. Okay, there's 2 more somewhere. I see at least 1 up here. We have the animal shelter unlocked. The animal feeder unlocked. And those don't do me any good quite yet. I will grab the DNA. Because I need to be able to combine the DNA together. And I get that just a hair later. Those are more frog eggs. I'm not going to worry about them, though. Because I just have 1 more of these to grab here somewhere. There you are. And with that, we have fully detoxed this area. So this whole side of the map is just done. And there is still, like, the gross water and all that. We do have what I need to clean that up. I don't even know where my vehicle is. It's fine. I do have what I need to, Oh! We have butterflies flying way up above us. I didn't notice that till right now. There's a bunch of butterflies way up there. That could be a sign that on some of the maps there were hidden areas you could find that would just, once you hit a certain point, instead of having to make your own butterfly stuff, you could just go there and they'd drop, you know, relatively good larvae. So I'm pretty sure Prime had that. It's either Prime or Humble had that. I'm pretty sure it was Prime, though. There's like a hidden grove that you could get some really good butterfly larvae. And again, once you've gone to that point, which means you'd already have to be solidly in the insect phase. Alright. The whole nother toxic place cleaned up. Okay, so we can pop down here, drop all the pollutants in there, grab more of you. You're genuinely getting low on stuff. These are the parts that's getting properly nice. Because while the plastic is backlogging pretty hard, we are genuinely getting through the junk really fast. And how did you do? You actually got a good chunk of the goo collected out of you too. Oh, and we can go see if we get ourselves a blueprint. DPS tier 4. Alright, we're about like 80% to our ore extractor 3. We are able to make the animal habitat and the feeder, but I can't actually make the animals yet, which is a weird situation. That's what I need for the animals. I'm right about to get it. I'm just a hair behind getting that, and then that'll have animals in production. You know, and at that stage, none of the rest of the stuff do I care about. Don't I already have the tier 4? No, I had the tier 3. Yeah, so honestly, for the main stage, we're not quite... We're about a third of the way to the, Yeah, we're about a third of the way from, like, the finale there. We are about to unlock the ability to make animals, which shortly after we'll get the animal spreader. And then, you know, at that point, like, most of these things, like the frogs and all that, don't matter. It's basically just about the big animals. And all this stuff won't really matter for that cause. Yeah, so really, it's just getting the genetic synthesizer made. And then once I have the genetic synthesizer made, it's honestly just find an area, plunk them down, start throwing food into it in copious amounts, and then you start the process of petting every single creature to get all of its DNA. And just repeatedly petting them more and more and producing more and more creatures. And then just keep launching rockets. Which is curious, because... Oh no, we're actually pretty close to getting the Detoxo tree. I'm curious what the Detoxo tree is like. And there is the genetic synthesizer that I mentioned. So we would need this and this. I don't have solar crystals. Huh. Okay, well, we can make the other one happen. So, oh, no, I can't, because I don't have Magnetar crystals either. Do I have to actually portal to the other world to use it? Huh. I mean, that requires energy multipliers. We do have 2 fuses. I don't think we know how to make energy multipliers, though. I'm not actually sure where you make those. So I know I got the purification one. Yeah, there's a purification one there. Interesting. So I don't have what I need to make the portal. I need 2 energy multipliers. And I don't have the other crystals. I think I know where we would find the other crystals, in all honesty, if I pull up my map. We did check down over here on these. These top areas, I found the Blazar crystals up here. I'm willing to bet we can find the purple and yellow crystals either up there. They'll probably be up there. I could see an argument of hiding the yellow ones down here and being like a troll that it's, you know, you see the iron spot and you're like, I don't care about that. We cleaned all that area, so I'm feeling pretty comfortable with that. Yeah, my guess is down here is where we're going to find those crystals. It could also be back in this area, because we didn't check either of those very well. It could be here, but I'm kind of doubting it. It could be back here, which I basically just pointed out 2/3 of the map, so never mind. But the point is, it looks like I'm going to have to make a run for those crystals. Because if I check our supply of crystals, I got the green, I got the pink, I got the blue. If we check what I need the green, the blue, and the purple. That I have to have, so I got to find the purple. And then the blue, the pink, and the yellow, I probably really want. This is an absolutely 100% required, and this is a... You kind of want it. I mean, technically it's not required. I could still technically do it without ever producing the end creatures. It would be obnoxious. Yeah, because we'd need 1 kiloton, and we're at 11 tons, so I would need 100 times what we've got right now. Which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but, you know. That said... When we hit 70... Oh, right, but those requires DNA, and getting that without the creatures would make launching those rockets hell. So that said, though, chat, what is going to happen, though, is as much as I want to keep going, I got some prep I have to do for interviewing someone tomorrow. And so that has to happen tonight, because I got to send it to them the first thing in the morning. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to save, I'm going to exit to the menu, and if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. But I'll most likely stream tomorrow. I think that's going to be the plan. Maybe not at Start Slate. Otherwise, normally Thursdays and Fridays I have off officially on there. But we'll figure all that stuff. But thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. But what's going to end up happening here is for those watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host planned. But thank you so much for tuning in. All that's good stuff. For those over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. But don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go find some